to everybody streaming at home, and to everybody live here in the studio with us. Welcome to Four Horsemen's Gcon 2025, Mythic Legions, the Dawns of Discovery. Studio here, in the venue here today, and we really appreciate all you guys for showing up. It's very early in the morning. Well, it's like 10 a.m., but it's very early for me. And the Gcon is something where we show and reveal our next wave of figures and our upcoming lines and things. You're gonna have a few surprises with this one. It was named after George. George turned us on to Kickstarter, and it's kind of how we started things and started Mythic Legions. And as a thank you to him, we kind of named it Gcon. So that's what this is in reference to. And today, we thank George for hanging out with us, and feel free to speak up, George.
I still think we should change it.
George woke up with no voice this morning. Of course, all the people back at our studio have been crazy busy leading up to this point, and we're all excited for you guys to get to check this out. So everybody here in the studio and everybody here at home, welcome. We thank you for being here. I'm going to pass this off to Jeremy Gerard.
Thank you all very much. And as Cornboy said, welcome to the 2025 Gcon. We have really exciting wave for everyone today. This is an interesting point in the line because the last couple years, at Gcon, we ended the first major story arc, which is, the Rise of the Dark Four. There's still a lot of story to be told for that, but from the toy line's perspective, which is always how the story of Mythic Legions has been led, we've kind of moved on. And last year we took a step back and we did a wave that was in the past with Reign of the Beasts. But this year we are setting sail for the future of the Mythic Legions line.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, last year being our anniversary year was a big year, and it was a lot about, in general, looking back at the past and celebrating the first 10 years of Mythic Legions, and really kind of closing that chapter. And so this is very exciting for us because it is moving on to that next step and really stepping into the unknown a little bit in a lot of ways. So we're really excited to be at that point and to share this with you.
So last year here at Gcon, one of the reveals we did, we started with this map that we see here, which this is the map of Mythos that we've all known for over a decade. Not only have we known this map, but our characters have known this map. This has been, the kingdoms of Mythos. This has been the realm all this time. And then last year at Gcon, we announced that, no, there's more. We were kind of looking through almost like a keyhole at the realm of Mythos, and there's a much larger world that we are now going to start to see. And I think it's very exciting because while our characters are discovering these, new lands and these new races and so forth, so are all of us. Like you are on the journey with our characters as we open up this world of Mythos. And that really brings us to today. We did a teaser earlier this week. We did some port logs from a character called Koi. And, I'm not going to go through the whole story, but in a nutshell, what this story did was it opened the door to these new lands. And the story is that there's a group of they're from a group called the Fishers Guild. And these characters, they're sailing the seas. And if you read the port logs, they set out very hopeful. They're looking for a catch, and their situation gets more and more dire to the point where they're traveling further and further to the west to an area that they say no fishers sail, no seafarers sail. They call it the Void Sea. As they're out there, suddenly there's a giant earthquake, and we've seen this earthquake a couple times already, right, Eric?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we saw it last year with the arrival of Beathair, and then we saw it recently for the Horror Vinesmall wave at the end of that story. This is the same earthquake. We're seeing this keystone moment across all of these, and what happens is the world goes quiet, and the fishers are on that boat, and suddenly a tsunami just comes up out of the water, and the ship, the Golden Gill, it rides the wave all the way in to an area where there shouldn't be any land, but there is land. And where they end up is a port that to them is very strange, but we know this port as Eagle's Port. It is in the kingdom of Etheros. So suddenly we are seeing these outsiders be introduced to what we know as the realm of mythos. And that really sets us where we are today.
Absolutely. And where it sets us up where we're going to be able to play with perspective a little bit here. This character, Koi, is from the part of mythos that we don't know, but we also are going to continue to tell the story of the characters that we've known from within our mythos that we've followed for these years. So we're going to have a lot of fun, I think, looking at this world opening up from multiple perspectives, from multiple characters' points of view.
Yeah. And that brings us to where we are today. So discovery is made, first contact is made between these two worlds, Koi and the Fishers. They refer to the mythos we've known all these years as new mythos. So a lot of the language we're going to be seeing, it, as you just said, it changes the perspective a little bit. And that brings us to where we are today, where Koi and the Fishers, they go back to their home ports. Contact has been made, and now suddenly we're jumping ahead just a couple months. And we should actually say that this part of the story is set a number of years after the end of the Second Great War.
Yes. Yeah, this is, we're pulling the time jump move here. We're about 10 years past where the first story arc ends.
Okay.
So there's been time for things to evolve and change since that conflict has been resolved.
Yeah, there's been some rebuilding, but I mean, we're still feeling the effects of what happened in that Second Great War. But this story, those ship logs, if you read those, our story today, Dawns of Discovery, takes place probably a few months after that, where now we're open and commerce is happening between these two lands. And we got a bit of an update on the map here. So you can see where Eagle's Port is, and that's the southernmost tip of Etheros. And then these two other places, Hokatau is where our fishers were sailing to, and they came from the ports in Amur. So that is on a new continent that we haven't seen before, other than in that teaser map. And while they're traveling, we've got some interesting places that we're going to see as part of this story, and some interesting environments that we're going to introduce you to. So what we're seeing right here is a little bit of a look at kind of the ports of mythos, I guess we would say.
Yes.
So that is setting the stage for where we are today. This new world that we're opening up, we're still very much in the world that we've known all along, but we're taking you on a journey. We are setting sail for this new world, this new wave. And with that, we've got our first reveal in the Dawns of Discovery wave.
And we're going to let George go. Simply because he's healthy, he just doesn't have a voice, hopefully. And
Okay.
we'll bring Joe out instead.
Okay, but before Joe comes out, let's do this reveal, and he can bring out the figure with him. Does that sound good?
Absolutely.
That's a great.
Are you all ready to see the first figure in the Dawns of Discovery? So we got a lot of new stuff to show you, but
Oh, Jim! Come on, Jim.
okay.
seat.
Just enjoying myself.
Have a seat. You're always more than welcome.
Oh, that is wonderful. So happy to see you. So what I was saying was we've got a lot of new ideas in this wave, but we don't want to jump right into the deep end right out of the gate. We want to give you something that's a little more familiar. So this is a name that's probably going to be familiar to a lot of you. She's been around for a while. You actually met her again recently. She had a bit of a cameo in the Horror of Einsamal short story. The first reveal for Mythic Legions Dawns of Discovery is General Delphina of Aetheros. So as Joe brings this in and shows it off to the crowd, Eric, this is a character that we've had in the line before. This is a character that was first released in the Advent of Decay wave, but we're seeing her at a new point in the story. Again, we said this is 10 years later. This is General Delphina. So her role has evolved, but this entire figure has evolved in a very significant way. Tell us about what we are getting with this figure.
Yeah, this figure, there's a lot to break down here. This is a loaded piece. She is pretty much a brand new figure from top to bottom. And hidden underneath the tunic here is something that I've actually wanted to do for quite a while now, and I'm happy to be there. This is a brand new 2.0 Night Body. And to put it probably in simplest terms, this is essentially a Valiant Knight to like a 2.0 version of Valiant Knight. So very similar upgrades here, the same type of increased range of motion, the same. We built in all the compatibility here. So it's going to be, again, like we talk about a lot of times, this will be the beginning of a new system of parts. And, we've been using that Advent of Decay body for years and years, and it's worked really well. So to have an updated version of that now, I think, with that added range of motion, the added, kind of advances that we've made over the years, she's really, these parts are going to go a long way. Like there's a lot of potential here. And I think, we're excited about the figure, but also what we can do moving forward with these parts. And, as you can see here as well, she's got, the original version, she had a shared head sculpture with Gwendolyn Heavensbrand. Here, we've got a brand new head sculpture specific to Delphina. Very excited to get an brand new unhelmeted head into the mix like that. One thing that we are adding for the first time here is she's a 2.0 Templar, but with full soft good treatment, which C. Jessam has done an amazing job on this. So, we've had such a great response to the soft good tunics, from the Necronominus wave and the Otho 2 figure. And so to be able to bring this now to the 2.0 scale, I just love that we the Templars specifically here, we're able to expand that, that group of characters out in a significant way here.
I love the fact of what we're getting with the shield as well. We've seen the big faction shields with the big giant emblem on it. It's almost like that first wave had the painted shields, and then we went all the way in the other direction with the really robust. And this is kind of like coming back into the middle there, where we've got the full sculptural detail, but it's not as big. It's something that a member of the forces like this would certainly want to wield.
Yeah, because with the Templars, they are members of the Aetheron faction, but they are also Templars, a kind of a sub faction. So I like the balance here where the Aetheron symbol almost takes a little bit of a second, second position to the Templar look.
Now this figure only comes with one head, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
we're scaling back.
So we've got this new unhelmeted head, brand new. We've also got a secondary head, and again, something we've seen on the 1.0 figures with that chainmail, headdress type piece with the faceplate that plugs in. We're now seeing a 2.0 version of that.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a great look. People love the ability to put that look on the figures. And so, I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer here to do that with her. And it's a cool look seeing, a female face looking out of that hood now. So it's something we haven't really seen to this point.
Yeah, and it opens up new possibilities. I mean, we talk about building systems, and not every part is going to be compatible with every part because the parts themselves have to look the way they need to look. But this opens up another set of, heads and face places that we can use for this scale as well.
Absolutely.
That's awesome. So 2 brand new heads with this figure. That's all she comes with, right?
I don't know if you're going to get away with that trick again.
In Eric's usual fashion, he's just like, make them all.
I got to tell the jokes. I got to keep this going. So we get a 3rd brand new head here. We get the fully helmeted head. We get that brand new axe. And, one of the things I love about this is earlier this year, just a short time ago, we released a new series called Legacies of Mythos. And you guys digging the Legacies of Mythos, I guess, right? This is not a Legacies of Mythos figure because this is a character in how she looks as we move forward in the story as opposed to in the first arc. But it is very much, a Legacies version, a 2.0 version, a new, there's however you want to label it. It's great when you look at that original Delphina and you see this as being such a smart upgrade of where we were. I love all of these updates. And I have to imagine that as you're doing the sculptures, that's something that you're looking at that original figure that was built under, some significant constraints because of the size of the company and the success of the line in those early days, being able to really kind of, go all out on this is exciting, and we get to benefit from that.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I've said it often. I love that we can break brand new ground and do character types and characters that we, couldn't have even dreamed of 10 years ago. But it's equally as enjoyable to go back to these early characters and revisit them and kind of bring them up to what, I think we would have done at the time if we could have. But giving them the uniqueness and, they're less shared parts and just more of their own individuality.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the full loadout we're going to get for General Delphina of Aetheros. Again, we've got those 3 heads that we just looked at, the premium wired soft goods. We've got the shield. That brown piece that you're seeing there, if you didn't tune in previously to the Horror of Einsamal reveals, that's a new shield handle that allows the shield to be held in a couple different positions. She's got, that axe and that sword, and that's actually a new scabbard as well. That's a new scabbard that, even a little thing like the cutout in the top of the scabbard that the sword fits in really nice and cleanly. That's another brand new part that we're getting here.
Yeah, we have people like that on the Otho sword. So, it was a little thing, but why not upgrade it? Yep.
Absolutely. So General Delphina of Aetheros is a standard figure. The direct pre-order price from her is going to be $42. So the pre-order for this at Store Horseman, it actually starts today at 5 o'clock, a few hours after the live stream ends. we're going to give all the information about the dates for the pre-order at the end of this presentation, but along the way, we'll tell you what the individual prices are. So she's a standard figure. So down the road at retail, if you get her from us at a show, down the road, she would be the normal standard figure price, which would be $55. You're going to save if you go with the direct pre-order, she'll be $42. We've got a little bio for her, and we're gonna, this wave does have a narrative kind of, line through it. Maybe not as strong as what we just did for Horror of Einsamel, but there's definitely a story here, and it starts with General Delphina. So let me read her bio. A decorated hero of the Second Great War of Mythos, General Delphina now serves as both a leader of the Templar Knights of Aetheros and an emissary from the Crown City. Traveling across Mythos as a representative of the Legions of Light, she finds herself called back home when a strange ship from a foreign land washes up on their shores. What follows is a new age of discovery for the people of Mythos as their world suddenly becomes much larger. General Delphina of Aetheros boards a vessel named the Ocean's Lure with a crew from the Fishers Guild. Leaving the realm she has long protected, she journeys to see what lies beyond its borders and to discover where her and her people fit in this new mythos. So that ship that arrives on the shores, that is the Golden Gill that we saw in the Koi short story, the logs there. So if you read that short story, there's a group of representatives from the Legions of Light that are sent to Aetheros to meet with them and to open these relations. General Delphina is one of those heroes that makes that trip. And then later on, when another vessel comes, a vessel called the Ocean's Lure that has a different crew of fishers on it, she is one of the representatives from New Mythos that decides to set sail for these new adventures. And that's kind of kicking off this part of the story. So full loadout for General Delphina. CB, any thoughts on this one?
My first thought was it's going to be pretty cool seeing Cloud cosplaying this next year for LegionsCon. Yeah, she's absolutely beautiful. I'm not a big fan of the good guys. I'm always a big fan of the bad guys, but she kind of stands out. So.
This wave is all good guys.
Oh,
all
no.
good guys. Oh. No, it's not all good guys. Come on, the bad guys are cool. We got some cool bad guys for you too. Pretty cool, right, Jim?
I'm up for it.
You're up for it? Yeah. So, Jim, you're not at the office day to day these days, so some of this stuff you're getting to see for the first time as well.
Almost all of it is a big surprise to me. When I looked at some of these figures, they're just beautiful the way they're sculpted, and the fact that Chris can and the guys in China can get these figures looking exactly the way we have them here. It's just an amazing thing. So, yeah, it's very exciting for me this weekend. I'm not sure I'll be able to make it through with all these exciting reveals.
He's already told my son multiple times that he can't wait to party hard with him. So I'm not looking forward to that.
I can confirm. I was there when he said it. I was there. Eric, we got a couple more minutes before we're going to move on. Any last thoughts about General Delphina of Aetheros?
Put me on the spot here.
Yeah, we got 6 minutes to fill. So stay on schedule.
Yeah, I just kind of going back to what I said. This was actually not necessarily this character, but this body, this build was originally going to be part of Necronominus years ago, and then we all know that wave is huge, and so it got to the point where this is one of the concepts that was cut. But I'm glad that it did. Because, since that wave, we were able to see the response to Valiant Knight and those new Knight bodies, and to go in even more informed on a project like this. It actually, sometimes holding these things off ends up being for the better in the end. And I feel like this is one of those cases. But again, I'm very excited to have these new parts in the mix now. You know, any new parts that get added
sure.
to our library, that's always something really cool to have at our disposal. But when it's something like this, where it's an entire new figure from head to toe, this really, again, I can't stress enough, like, you know, just how much this moves the line forward.
Yep.
At some point, we'll have to get a photo of the figure without the tunic on,
Yeah.
too, because I know that question is going to be coming.
Yep.
I know Joe will
Yep.
probably be spearheading that,
Yep.
just so everybody can get a full look of what, you know, some of that potential is with this.
And don't worry, we'll get Joe on Mythic Conversations. We'll do a pop and swap show so you can see all the possibilities and stuff.
Yeah, that's always good.
One thing that's not shown here is a second neck that we're going to add.
That's right. Yes, I did.
So she's got the like kind of armored neck. She will also come with a flesh colored neck, and you sculpted a new neck peg for this figure that's got an additional hinged piece of articulation.
Yes, similar. Nice. I'm glad I did that.
Yeah, that was a big hit.
Yeah, that was actually Trevor's suggestion. After Trevor took the shots for this, you know, he suggested or asked if we had it or suggested that we do it. And
After cursing a lot.
and it was one of those suggestions where, you know, I'm like, oh yeah, that completely makes sense. Why don't we have that piece already? And it's people have liked having that on the, you know, the torsos that don't have the separate. Well, actually, no, we have it on those too.
Yeah.
It's on Valiant. Okay,
It's on Valiant.
but yeah, so they're doing again, like bringing this up to like a full match in, you know, quality and function to Valiant. Like that was really the last ingredient that was needed. So yeah, that was a great ad.
So General Delfina of Ethros, once again, $42 standard figure, first figure revealed in the Dawns of Discovery wave. Actually, I believe first figure that was fully sculpted and ready to go. It just so happened that she ended up also being the first reveal in the wave as well.
Yep, you're right.
So familiar territory. We've released Knights, we've released Templars and stuff. This definitely feels like the Mythic Legions, you know, but we are setting sail for undiscovered shores, strange new lands. I think it's time that we show reveal number 2, which is
Emphasis on the strange.
which is probably the polar opposite on the spectrum of what's familiar versus something that I think is pretty new. And speaking of new, this is from a brand new faction called the Fishers Guild. Okay. So the factions of Mythos are something that we've had for a number of years, and we've started to see some new ones, right? Obviously, the Order of Beathair, the Sect of Aresius. We just saw the Unsworn Northfolk with the Horror of Einsamal wave, and this time we're getting the Fishers Guild. Let me read this, and then I want to talk about this for a bit. One of the numerous trade groups found on the continents beyond New Mythos, the Fishers Guild is comprised of those whose livelihoods revolve around sailing the seas for the bounty that swims beneath her waves. So in the first arc, all of the factions were really focused on fealty to like the Dark Four, to, you know, a dark god, or to one of the great beasts. We have our 2 splinter factions, but even those 2 factions are very much following Atlas, you know, the Noble Bear, or Scapular, Sons of the Red Star. This is a different approach to a faction. Actually, it's more similar to what we've done in Cosmic.
Yep.
So talk a little bit about that thought, about how the story's evolving and the way that we group characters together is evolving too.
Right. I mean, you know, it was a very ordered and specific way that we addressed the factions in the you know, the first 10 years of Mythic Legions, and a certain set of circumstances and characters are what set the stage for that. Now we're moving into a world where those characters and those circumstances either don't exist or have different meaning to what goes on in that world. So we wanted to break the rules a little bit here. And that's exactly what we're doing with a group like the Fishers Guild. This is more a group of characters that are grouped by their profession, their livelihood. And it's also all of our factions before had a certain kind of militaristic quality. They were about protecting the realm and battling, and really conflict.
Yeah.
And a group like this is not about that at all. This is about their means of survival, and how they spend their days. And we really like the idea of that contrast where these aren't necessarily warriors. They're not necessarily characters that at least are trained to go into battle on a day-by-day basis. Now we'll see that they are able to handle themselves, and they certainly have some of that quality. But again, we really enjoy the contrast of that, because that's part of opening up this new world and looking at the world in a different way.
Yeah. So the first character that we're going to reveal from the Fishers Guild is the Master Fisher, Mobu. So was I right? What a difference from that first Templar Knight to like this is how Eric's mind works, that he can transition from a female Templar Knight to a manta ray master fisherman. Tell us a little bit about Mobu.
I mean, you're absolutely right. Like this is using a completely different set of creative thoughts and everything. This sort of character I have so much fun with. I like the weirdness of this, and it's like just looking at these two figures here. This is a perfect pair for me because we have the familiar, something that you're a little more familiar with, that you can kind of wrap your head around a little easier. And then this is definitely like nothing we've seen in Mythic Legions before. Mm-hmm. And as Jeremy said, this character is a master fisherman, and beyond the basic anatomy of the character, the manta ray type qualities of it, which are conveyed in the neck with the gills, the brand new head, the kind of, I guess, wings on the back with the tail. This one's also a lot about the way the figure is dressed, and a lot of the accessories and things like that, which start telling the story and supporting what the character is about. You see armor and apparel made out of items taken from the sea, kind of handcrafted. A lot of the loincloth is made out of an old fishing net. The pauldrons are like more of a woven material, kind of like a basket that you would put fish in, things like that. But then also on the belt, we've got a fishing float on there, fishing line, things that, again, like really support the idea that this character is out at sea spending his days fishing. Yep.
We got kind of a wow in the room when we turned the character around and saw the back of the character. I didn't mention this for General Delfina, but General Delfina was expertly painted by Sherry in our office. And just like we're showing, one idea and different painters' work, this one was painted by Cameron. in our office. And I loved when I got to that back shot and we got the wow in the room, because I did the same thing when I looked at Trevor's photos and I got to see that the look on the back. It's got such an organic type feel to it, and it really helped sell this character. And it's, yeah, I mean, just the kind of subtlety of that pattern is so nice.
Yeah, Cameron nailed it on this one. And this is the sort of thing that's tough to do, because you're trying to find the line between those soft, kind of faded edges, but with enough crispness to it where it looks natural. And in this figure in general, like, this is, you know, it's based off of a real marine creature that you know, we have familiarity with. So you have to hit it on the mark to enough of a level where, you know, your eye is going to know if it looks right or looks wrong. And this looks very, very natural. You know, this is very believable as a, you know, humanoid manta ray.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, it's I love the colors on this, you know, and also the contrast of that kind of you know, black, gray, white, neutral base figure, but then again these warm browns and sea tones on the armor and the outfit.
So we're going to look at his loadout in a moment and talk about some of the accessories, but talk a little bit about his, like, these armor pieces we've got on his lower legs and lower arms. They're very interesting because they're not like the metal armor that we've seen on so many of our characters, but there's a very organic quality to that. So what is Mobu wearing?
Again, you know, these are materials that would be scavenged from the sea, you know, like basically like a, you know, like a seagrass type, like a dried seagrass type of, you know, I don't know if this is something that, you know, he would have pulled directly from the waters or collected on shore. But again, that idea that, you know, when you're at sea and, you know, living this life day to day, that you're kind of using the materials that you're coming across and you're working with. And I do like, I like that, you know, it's not armor. You know, this is something that, you know, we haven't seen before. We haven't done before. And, you know, it starts to sell this idea that we're going into new territory and seeing you know, it's just something simple as it's a different way of armoring yourself, of clothing yourself. So it's a little unusual maybe to the you know, the mythos that we know now.
So this is the full loadout we're going to get from Mobu. So we do get a second head as well that's got like an open mouth, which amazingly makes it look even more strange. Yeah. And just, I love that open mouth head. We've got like a wicker basket. We've got some different fish, some different catches. So see that little kind of like bluish fish, the one that he's holding right here, not there, the one he's holding right here. If you read the short story and they talk about the different kind of fish, they reference Rockies. That's a Rocky. So that's what he's holding right there. But there's the full loadout. And you mentioned all of these little trinkets, all these little attachments that can fit on his belt, the rope and the pouch and the, you know, the fishing line. There's also that fishing lure, which actually has like a transparency to it as well. That's the first thing I did in the studio. I picked it up and I held it up to a light so I could, awesome. Love that.
I've always wanted to do one of those for some reason. And so I was happy to fit that in.
To have the excuse to
I mean, you know, we've talked about, like, you know, especially with, you know, we've really started it up with Figura. Like, I love these prop type items. You know, we've done weapons. You know, we have such an arsenal of weapons at this point, and doing these things that are like you know, part of like you know, a day in the life of type prop items. You know, we've just been having so much fun with that. We did it in Cosmic. Obviously, we're continuing to do it in Figura, and now Mythic. You know, we've gotten more into these prop type items. You know, for your setups on your shelf, for dio builders, for photographers. It's, you know, just they're more different type of toy to play with.
Absolutely. So Mobu is once again a standard figure. The direct pre-order discounted price on Mobu is going to be $42. So Mobu is a master fisher. He's a new race that we're seeing for the first time called a Mantalian. I know that when we were talking about this character, I originally had like thoughts about bringing him in another direction. And you had said that a lot of your inspiration for this character was like traditional, like Japanese fishermen.
Right.
And that completely changed this character's kind of role on the ship for me and stuff. And you know what we actually said. And I immediately liked Mobu more when I imagined him in that kind of a way.
Yeah. This guy, like the look stayed the same, but the kind of his purpose, his job changed very drastically from the initial rough on this, and I like the way it went.
Yeah, because originally I was going to make him like kind of the head, not the captain or anything, but like the head of the Ocean's Lure, the head of the crew, where like he gives them all their assignments. And then when you said, yeah, that's not really what I'm thinking, and when we went more of the master fisher, he really changed formats to being like the wise member of the crew and everything. Some of the people maybe defer to for like out of respect and everything. And I think you see some of that in the bio here. The master fisher or Ryosh of the Ocean's Lure, the Mantalian named Mobu, has been sailing the seas of Mythos longer than any can remember. His fellow shipmates whisper that he has an almost mystical connection to the water and the bounty that swims beneath its waves. Docked in Egosport after a very successful fishing trip in the waters of what is now known as New Mythos, Mobu is sent into port to make sure the honored guests they will take back with them as they return home are ready for their time at sea. Accompanied by the ship's navigator, the Amorian named Koi, who first discovered New Mythos, Mobu warmly welcomes his new friends and prepares them for the adventure ahead. So, a couple interesting things there. You know, I mean, Mobu's a nice guy. Mobu's cool. He's cool people.
Yes.
But he is sent into, so they're on a different, this is not the same ship. This is not the Golden Gill that discovered New Mythos. But Koi, who was on that ship, is now on this ship as well. Koi made it back to his home port. A lot of the Amurians that he sailed with decided to kind of cash in on their newfound celebrity and go in other directions. But Koi was so at home at the sea that he signed on with a new crew, and that's the crew that we're seeing here on the Ocean's Lure. So Koi is involved, and we get that name drop here as well. But Mobu goes into port. He greets the members of New Mythos that are going to be traveling aboard the Ocean's Lure. So he would be greeting Delphina of Etheros and kind of her entourage as they come forward.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
He is. And so that's where we are, you know,
Not
in the
my
story.
collection. He's a bad guy.
He's a bad guy?
Yeah. No, I mean, he could fit into Cosmic, he could fit into Mythic, or any of my other toy lines. I just absolutely love it. He's definitely a bad guy. Yeah. You guys are wrong. Sorry.
Well, I mean, Cornboy mentions Cosmic. I mean, this uses, we always talk about that cross-pollination of the different lines and the different brands. Mobu uses pieces that were first introduced in the Cosmic Legions line. So absolutely, this has an alien style feel to them. I mean, so much of the creatures of our world have an alien feel to them. So this can fit in a number of collections.
Yeah, I could easily see people taking parts of this and dropping it on a I don't know, like a Tusk Engineer or something like that.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, because Cosmic, you do see so many items come over from Mythic, and it was always intended that would work, both ways, so that the two lines would feed each other. And this is, it's a great example of that.
Yeah, he's probably my second favorite in the wave.
Ooh.
My first favorite, you guys will know it when you see it, but it's so awesome.
Before we move on, can we just get a wellness check on Richard Jones? Is Rich, are you doing good, Rich?
Just about.
Okay. Not a shark man, but this guy's cool. So that brings us, we're gonna keep this going. That brings us to reveal number 3. And reveal number 3 is we don't have actually a faction logo on this slide here, because this is a character that's a bit mysterious at this point. As one can imagine, the opening of the trade and the relations between, these two worlds creates a lot of opportunities. And whenever there's opportunities, there are people that are at the front of the line to cash in on those opportunities. And that's the character we have here, the master of coin in commerce as part of this new discovery of Mythos. This is Ibn Prosperius. So, a lot going on with this figure, a lot to talk about with this character. I don't know where you want to start. The soft goods, some of the new parts, some of the existing parts being reused in different ways. Tell us a little bit about Ibn Prosperius.
I guess I'll start with the new parts here. This is a brand new head, branded with a new head attachment on the top of it. We're seeing this perch configuration for the first time. And one of the things I'm actually very excited about this, and again, one of these things I've wanted to do for a long time, is a set of closed wings for our bird. And this is actually, although compatible with the bird that we have, bird base body that we have already, this body is actually all new, because the original was always attached to the gauntlet sleeve. Now this is a bird setup where we can take it off that sleeve and make items that it specifically clicks into. And so, it's a little thing, but it brings a lot of versatility to what we can do with that format. And a character like this was the perfect opportunity to do that. Just this guy, he's a kind of as Jeremy said, master of coin. He is, he's colorful, he's opulent. And so the idea of him having this, exotic bird alongside him was, such a cool way to portray that. One thing you're not seeing as much in the turns here, but we'll see when we get the breakdown of this figure, is he's got an all new weapon at his side. There we go. So, a weapon that again, we've had a lot of requests for, but we've got a cutlass and scabbard that is a great new addition to this character. And as you can see, he's got loaded with soft goods. I really like these. They're very generous cuts on these. So there's a lot of flow in these soft goods. And as we often talk about, one of the things I really like about that, and you can see it in some of these photos, is this is where that dynamic quality of the wired soft goods can really play into a figure like this. And just that pose is so cool, and there's so much energy to that just because of that soft good addition. And one thing I want to point out here as well, you might see that there's some similarities in look here to characters that we've seen before, even some shared parts. And this actually speaks to this idea that's been hinted at in the story up to this point, where these two parts of the world have been separated, but have there been certain characters that have a little bit of access to the other side? This character tells a little bit of that story, a little bit of that kind of story device.
Yeah, the idea that they've been separated, and as the story unfolds, we're going to learn more about that separation. That map I showed earlier kind of showed a little bit of that barrier, that bubble, but we've hinted at the connection between the two. I mean, Scapular certainly has been able to get stuff from the other side of that barrier with Umbra.
Yep.
I just had to throw that out there because anytime that I can give Scapular some love, I gotta do that.
I left the specifics for you.
Yeah, thank you. But the cool thing about this figure too is he is so enveloped in these soft goods that when we started thinking about what goes under those soft goods, it created an opportunity to almost have like two figures in one, two very different looks. So while Eben Prosperius is the master of coin and commerce, he's got some henchmen, he's got some, underlings that do his work. So by taking off some of those soft goods, putting on the alternate head, you really get like a whole different look out of the character. You look at those two side by side. You look at those two side by side, and yes, you can. They have the same pauldrons. You can see that they have the same, leather boots. But these look like very different figures, very different characters.
Yeah, I mean, I've worked on this figure from the very beginning and seen it every step of the way. And then when I saw these photos of the two side by side, it even caught me off guard a little bit. Like, it's really, it's really convincing as two completely different characters, different figures. Even the colors, the materials of their headdresses or helmets. It ended up working out really well.
Very well. And I think we should also point out that the head that's on the main look for Eben Prosperius, that's a similar head to what was actually on Scapular, the Crypt Breaker 2. So that faceplate comes out. You can put the Emir mask in there. Yes, this guy's over here like dancing. You can put the skull on this face as well.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. So
five more.
So this is the full loadout that we've got here, and this is a shot that allows you to see that cutlass that you mentioned in much more detail.
Yeah, which is it's a nice addition to the armory, and also I think for the theming of this wave, an appropriate addition to it. It feels right for what we've got going on here so far.
So this is the guy that handles the money, Jim.
I love it.
Yeah.
Although that fish dude, I love that guy.
Yeah.
I love this guy, but I'm fascinated with that one.
Jim and Mobu would hang out. Like they would chill.
See you guys chilling. Yeah.
So Eben Prosperius is once again a standard figure. He's going to come in at $42 for the direct pre-order discount. Ton of soft goods on him. So to be able to bring him in at that price is very exciting for us, trying to keep these figures very accessible for our fan base. Once again, he is the master of coin and commerce. And his bio reads, "The discovery of new mythos has created unprecedented opportunities for the exchange of new cultures and ideas, as well as economic openings for trade and commerce. Eben Prosperius saw the potential of these financial opportunities immediately. As one of the investors in the ship that first discovered new mythos, Eben Prosperius quickly set himself up in a position of power, overseeing the trade between New Mythos and the rest of the world. No goods or vessels travel in or out of New Mythos without Eben Prosperius having some interest in the transaction. This has made the master of coin and commerce a powerful figure, but it has also earned him many enemies, both in New Mythos and back in his own lands." So this is a guy, he's a power broker, but he's not making himself a lot of friends with what he's doing. Some people may be deferring to him because they need his influence, but there's a chance that could bite him in the end.
Right.
Or maybe he comes out on top. Who knows?
We'll have to wait and see.
He's
Boy,
kind of a bad guy, so he'll fit into my bunch.
Well, he's one of those shades of gray, which I always
Right.
find to be very, very interesting.
Yeah.
So this one fits in. So Corn Boy, of his two looks, which one are you going to display in your collection?
Oh, the one with the cape, all the soft goods. I might have to display both.
Well, I mean, if you get 3 of them, you can have the one in the middle, and then you can have the 2 henchmen on either
Oh,
side.
on each side. So at least 3. And then the faceplate is removable, and some of the other faceplates
Yeah.
fit in. So
Absolutely.
maybe
A lot
I'll
of
need 6, 8, 10, 12.
We can
Whole case?
We can get you a discount.
Eric, before we move on, any other things you want to point out? Any other thoughts on Eben Prosperius?
I think what I like about this figure is twofold. One is I like the kind of more the louder colors on this figure. It's something that sometimes is hard to fit into a wave. So I like what he does as far as the entire composition of the wave. Just that little flash of color is really nice, and it fits the character well. And I also just like what this character does. It's hard sometimes to represent a character that fills a role like this in the story, where it's less of an action role and more of a, this is a character that greases the wheels of what goes on in our story and in our world. And so I think he worked out well as far as a good mix of fitting that role, but also being, visually exciting, and then the ability to break him down into that other second character. Like he really hits a lot of marks that work well, that could be challenging for a character like this.
Absolutely.
Are the wings separate in the back?
Yes. Yeah, this is something. This is what we're working on now, so I think this is going to work. The idea is that the wings, we're going to adjust the open wings on the existing bird, and then so that the closed wings and the open wings will now be an interchangeable piece.
And it is also worth pointing out that perch that he is on is not just a piece that Trevor used so it would actually stand up in the photo.
I don't do that anymore.
No, well, I mean, there's sometimes that you practically, like for a head, you have to put like a head holder just so it stands up because it's got long hair. That actually comes with the figure.
Yes.
So that is included as well.
Yeah, it's built off of, if we go back last year to the Reign of the Beast wave, we added bases for the snake characters that it's just a flat base with the foot peg, or on those it's actually a larger peg. And then we also used it on the dragon kind of familiar character. We added the post, and on that one there was a clip, like a C clip for the dragon. And then here we're using that same system and adding the perch to it. So again, it's like one of these little kind of mini systems within the wave that it's going to offer customizing opportunities. Yep. And I'm sure there's things that we're not even thinking of yet that somebody out there is going to come up with a use for it, make a new part for it.
Absolutely. So we're going to move on from Eben Prosperius. We're going to get to our 4th reveal in the Dawns of Discovery. Can you believe we're already at reveal number 4? Actually, stepping back, can you believe that this is our 3rd year doing Gcon here at the Hanover Marriott before LegionsCon?
Amazing.
I know, it's incredible this is, I believe, year 8 for Gcon.
If you say so.
It is year 8 for Gcon.
That sounds about right. I don't even know anymore.
It is year 8 for Gcon.
Okay.
And I just did it on my fingers.
Do that with some authority.
Yes. But yeah, for the 3rd year in a row, being able to be here the day before LegionsCon officially starts in front of all of our friends and families is absolutely incredible. Thank you all once again for joining us.
Jeremy was at our very first Gcon.
I was.
This little kid, Jeremy.
I was
It
all
awesome.
shaved. I looked like such a little baby.
So clean. Had a lot less gray hair
I
in
did.
his
I
hair and
did.
beard, too.
I've aged. adventuring in Mythos has aged me quite a bit.
I think we were all
Yes.
right back
I
then.
think it looks distinguished.
Oh, thank you very much, CB.
I'm certain your wife would say the same.
So reveal number 4 is from another new faction called the Seafarers League. Initially focused on the interests and safety of any who make their living on the waters of Mythos, the captains of the Seafarers League long ago discovered that intimidation, extortion, and in some cases, outright theft paid much better than offering protection. In time, the League became the biggest threat on the seas of Mythos, and avoiding their ships and the payments they demanded if they caught a vessel became a way of life for every other ship that sailed from the various ports of Mythos.
Here we go. Here are the bad guys.
So, imp scale. This is a new scale that we revealed, a smaller than goblin scale that we revealed during the Horror of Einsamal wave. And a number of our very astute, legionnaires said, it's very strange that you called it imp scale and didn't do an imp. The reality is the imp was the first one you did.
Yes.
But the Horror of Einsamal wave has a very, northern theme to it. Whereas you started sculpting this character in as, Zinjar started to come out, it had a very different feel. Now, we knew that this wave, we didn't know what the exact makeup was, but we knew what the story was going to be, what the feel was going to be. And I remember having the conversation where you said, this imp really feels like it belongs in the Gcon wave. So imp scale was introduced during Horror of Einsamal, but the first imp gets revealed today as part of the Dawns of Discovery. Please say hello to our 4th reveal. This is Zinjar. So,
Sorry, first day.
Joe's just doing a little bit of repair work. There we go. Thank you, Joe. Everybody, give it up for Joe Bassapolo. Eric, why don't you introduce us to this mischievous little character here?
Yes, Jeremy said this was the first figure sculpted in imp scale, and imp scale. I don't remember if we talked about this during the Einsamal reveal, but this is something that we've had on the drawing board for years, probably 6-7 years. And it was always going to be called imp scale, and the imps were always going to be the core, the core build in this. And so it is kind of funny that the gnome and the little fox guy came out first, but that's okay. And what we saw with those two is we saw the builds were more fabric pants and sleeves built, more soft, like leather type armor. Whereas here, this compared to those two figures, this is almost a brand new build from the feet up. So this is a more flesh exposed in the arms and legs, the bare feet, the bare hands, and then he's got this really cool, intricate armor. Some of it a little spikier because he's this is a little bit of a devious creature, so it kind of speaks to that a little bit. He's got a bendy tail, articulated, ball jointed, articulated wings. Cool little evil head on him, and in the pitchfork is such a cool, like, fun accessory for this guy. I've always imagined when we were going to do an imp that it's, it's this little character floating around poking people with a pitchfork. And yeah, I mean, like I said, like this one doesn't share a lot of parts with the two figures that we've seen in this wave. So it starts to give us a little bit of an idea of, what the new scale, what the new system has to offer. Because you start mixing the parts from those two previous figures with what you're seeing here. And we've already got some great combinations that we can start putting together with these figures. And, each one of those figures had multiple heads. So, we're already getting a little collection to mix and match. And, again, like to see where people take this stuff with their customs and their parts. That's one of the exciting parts for us about introducing anything new, is that we know we're going to introduce it and then you're going to take it and do something else with it. So that's, can't wait to see what that looks like.
So we get two different heads with Zinjar. So we saw in the environment photo, and once again, amazing photography, environment in turns from Trevor Williams. Please give it up for once to shoot it. But we've got this, head with more of the impish grin. Then we've got that more, stoic type head. And then like we did for those first imps, we also added a third head drawing from our existing library of parts. So this is the head that we first had on Malfar, which we had it reused. So it was enjoyable to find a way. And just pulling off the wings, putting that head on there, you definitely get a different look for this character as well.
Yeah, this could be an entire new character type altogether. He's almost somewhere in between an imp and a goblin.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I like that what this shows here is, like you said, it looks very different. No, take the pauldrons off, the wings off, and yeah, he's just, again, still a creepy, nasty little guy, but not floating around poking people with a pitchfork.
No, he's not poking people with a pitchfork. Instead, it looks like he's toasting to LegionsCon. He's saying, cheers. So he comes with that little chalice as well. And again, similar to what we did with the imps in the Haravine Small wave, we also wanted to include like a diorama style accessory piece. So once again, back to this photo from Trevor, you can see that chalice in the background there. You can also see it sitting on a treasure chest. That is not something that Trevor just added to the photo. He has certainly learned his lesson on that. But we've got this treasure chest that we get that's included as well, along with that gold bar. So that's a very cool accessory that diorama creators are definitely going to enjoy adding to their collections and their photos.
Yeah, again, talk about an item that we've wanted to include for so long. And, as soon as we had this idea to include, a prop piece with these imp scale figures to, really to kind of fill out the package. So, getting the full value for the figure, we knew the treasure chest was absolutely, it was the time, it was now, the place is here. So yeah, it's so, you can display it open, you can display it closed. Yep. It's got the treasure inside of it, which is that is a separate piece. So it's an insert piece. And then, we did the chalice, we did the bar of gold. So there's a little treasure that you can take and say, and that's actually why we included the necklaces on him as well, so that you could take those and have them kind of laying in, draped over the edge of it, just so there's a little additional treasure in there. And you also see we have the lock, so that, if you want to lock it up and keep it safe, you can do that as well.
Very cool. So Zinjar is, and actually that is incorrect. He is not a deluxe figure. That should be a standard figure. So he is going to be $42. So we got a little mistake there. Sorry, guys.
Wow, Jeremy made his very first mistake.
I've only gone through this slide deck 300 times. I don't know how that escaped me, but we'll update that. This is a standard figure that is going to be $42 in the direct pre-order. He is a spy, and of course, his race is an imp. The imp known as Zinjar is as devious a character as you will ever meet. Employed by the Seafarers League and sailing aboard the Undertow, Zinjar uses his small size and innate magical abilities to work as a spy. As General Delphina and the Fishers Guild prepare to sail from Eagle's Port, Zinjar hides in the shadows and gathers information on their voyage. Flying back to his own vessel, which is anchored outside of the Deadlands, where the Undertow can discreetly watch the comings and goings of ships upon which they could prey, the imp reports what he has learned to Captain Iron Skull. Together, they devise a plan to ambush the Fishers Guild vessel as soon as it has left the safety of New Mythos' waters. So this guy he's hiding in the shadows. He's listening to what's going on, Delphina and what's going on with Mobu as they prepare to set sail. And then he flies back to his ship, the Undertow, and he reports to his captain what's going on so they can, come up with this nefarious plan to capitalize on that.
Yeah, this is, as you said, this guy's bad news. And I look, this one, for some reason, I can just so easily, as you're reading that, I can picture this character so clearly, just his mannerisms, him buzzing around, just taking information back and forth and everything. I think like these imp scale characters, there's kind of that balance between, in this case, evil and cute, or tough and battle ready and cute, or whatever the particular character in the scale is. So I think it just they have a lot of character to them, which I like. It's again, a very different attitude with this character than anything else that's up here so far. So some good variety.
Corn Boy.
He seems very dangerous, yet not so dangerous. He's really cool. I love him. The wings, they're spectacular. The how many heads come with it? 3?
3 total heads.
Oh, I need at least 3. I would love to see just like dozens of them, like hanging from rooms in the studio, floating around. I think that's going to happen.
We can do that.
Yeah,
we can do that.
In the new studio, we just signed the lease a couple weeks ago. We signed the lease on Eric's birthday. So yeah, I'd like to see a bunch of those hanging from the ceilings at our new studio.
That'd be great. I mean, so you mentioned the new studio. It's a testament to the growth of the company that we're making this move. It's very, very exciting. I mean, obviously the growth of the company and the growth of the Mythic Legions line we owe all of that to the Legionnaires that are supporting this line. And
yes, we do.
As part of that, Zinjar actually marks an incredible milestone in the Mythic Legions line. This is the 300th Mythic Legions figure that's been revealed.
It's amazing the way I set up that site right there, right?
That's incredible. I mean,
Wow.
can you imagine 300? When you guys, there's so many milestones. We talked about this last year, at length with the anniversary, the 10-year anniversary of Mythic Legions and the 25th of the company. But when you guys recorded that original Kickstarter video for Mythic Legions, to think forward this decade plus to figure 300, that's incredible. Did you think you would get to this point?
No, of course not. Like the only thing I still remember from that video was, and I hear it in Bill Mancuso's voice. I don't know if he's in here, probably in back. Was me through him and his imitation of me saying "Blah." But yeah, I mean, it's we made 25 years. I mean, that's not possible, right, Jim? Not possible. Jim was able to retire, and we've done our 300th figure. It's unbelievable.
It's funny, like up until probably, well, you guys have seen this deck before, you know, a couple of days, but I always remember like how many figures you do, and we would kind of like do it in your head and say 120, 130. I don't think we've ever,
which I thought was kind of impressive.
did a
We've
guess
done
that it
over-
would be 300. I mean, when we would guess, it would be in the low twos, mid twos at this point, you know?
And this is just for Mythic, right?
Right.
This is just Mythic. This
It's not
doesn't
even
include
Cosmic.
Figura Obscura, Infinite Legions, Graveyard.
Crazy.
Yeah. I mean, Forestman Studios has been fortunate enough to work on a number of notable toy lines over the year, expansive toy lines. The fact that Mythic Legions has reached this level more than these other toy lines you've worked on is incredible.
Well, that's what, like, for, we've been in the industry for a while. We've worked on a lot of lines, and probably the two most expansive lines that we worked on for the longest period of time up to this were DC Universe Classics and Masters of the Universe Classics for Mattel. And Masters in particular, we worked on that line for 10 years. And there was a point where the book was being written, that kind of encapsulated all that. And I was working on comments for it. And that line, over those 10 years, it made it over 200. And it was in the low 200s for figures. And I remember that was something we were very proud of and fortunate to be able to work on something consistently for so long. And a real milestone in our, careers. Mm-hmm. And the fact that with this line that we've, created ourselves and built up, with the support of everyone here, and to be at this number is incredible. It really is.
Yeah,
it really is.
The one thing though, the amazing part about it is like when we worked on those DC and Masters lines, and we got up to those higher numbers, everybody, they were all like, well, what do we do next? What do we do next? We're stuck. We're at 300 and we're just scratching the surface, and I know Eric's got multi more than 300 in him to do this. So it's kind of fun. All the other service work that we did, it was always with those constraints. And now those constraints are broken off, and this will go wherever it needs to go to make everybody happy, and enjoy it and really get the most out of it.
And now Jeremy won't let Eric retire.
So Zinjar's our 300th Mythic Legions figure. This character is always going to have, I think, a very special place in helping us hit this milestone. Very excited to be able to bring him out to everyone here at LegionsCon this weekend.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. That's a good one.
So with that, we're going to move on. We're going to do reveal number 5, and this is a little bit of a different reveal. This is something that lately has been, something we've done in a few waves. Started with Cosmic Legions, did one in the Horror of Einsamal wave. I'm, of course, talking about a diorama-style accessory pack. These have been very, very popular. This one we're calling the Ports of Mythos accessory set, and I really love that little name because up until, a couple months ago, Ports of Mythos was like the working name for this wave the entire time. So this is a little nod to our kind of like Blue Harvest kind of moment here for this wave.
Well, and this was funny to me because one day Jeremy and I were having a conversation, and I said, well, one thing we haven't done yet is we still need to come up with the name of the wave. And then Jeremy's like, what do you mean? I've thought this was the name of the wave the whole time. And it's not a bad name for a wave, but it just, it was, I caught you off guard a little bit.
You did. But we wanted something, we haven't talked about that name, Dawns of Discovery. You know, you wanted almost like the opposite of Advent of Decay, where Advent of Decay was a moment where things were getting really dire for Mythos. And we wanted this to be the exact opposite. We wanted this to be like hopeful. This is, I mean, literally the dawn of a new day. These are the dawns of discovery. There's going to be some conflict that happens, but we're at least entering these new days very, very hopeful.
Ever since we did Advent of Decay, I wanted to, when we got to the next chapter of Mythic Legions, wanted to do like the mirror, the mirror of that title, and this is that new the beginning of that new chapter. So it was the time to do that, a title that reflected that.
While I was getting ready to do my intro this morning, I was trying to remember the name, and I kept thinking Islands of Adventure. That's not right. Which it kind of fits too.
Sure.
But Dawns of Discovery. Oh, that's what it is.
So we're going to see some items in this accessory set that you haven't actually seen with the figures yet. They're from figures that we've yet to reveal. So we'll talk you through what's unique, what's only coming in this accessory set, the Ports of Mythos accessory set. So we got a bunch of different things here. Let's look at this view here. So one of the things I want to point out is that very large fish. That is a gore fish. So in the short story that we had for the ship logs, they talk about going hunting for gore fish quite a bit. That is what we're seeing right here. We've got the small fish in the lobster that we got to see in the Mobu. We get another one of those treasure chests. We get some fishing spears. And then these last two pieces, that kind of grappling hook on a chain with a handle, that in that format, that is unique to this set. And the shark jaws are completely unique to this set.
The what?
Shark jaws.
Speaking a little bit too far north.
Shark jaws. Jaws is literally my all-time favorite movie, and I messed up that word.
Jaws.
Eric, talk to us a little bit about these accessories.
Sorry. This one's it's a little weird because some stuff here is before the figure, but we've loved doing these accessory, these prop and like accessory sets. We first did the one with Cosmic, and that got a great reception. With the Einsamal wave, that was the first one for Mythic Legions, and a resounding positive response there. So this was a great opportunity to do another one of these, and this is it has that there's some weapon type items in here, but it's also, again, there's a prop presence here. So this is going to be great for filling out dioramas, setting the scene on your shelf. Even with Zinjar, right now that's a prototype, but I do picture when that figure is, production figure and people can handle it and play with it, that, you take that and use the treasure chest as a base, that figure propped up on top of it. And so I think there's so many ways that people are going to be able to use these pieces that's very exciting. And as you mentioned, the shark jaws are exclusive to the set, which that's something that we haven't done really yet. It's, you saw earlier in those scene images, that was actually in one of the scene images roped up to the top of one of the, there you go. I forgot that was there. But that just goes to show how how these could be integrated into a diorama or a photo session, something of that nature. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just cool. I like. I don't. Again, there's certain things we'll wait until we get to the figure. We'll talk more about. But yeah, and I also, one of the things I like about this too is we saw the lobster earlier and that little fish earlier with Mobu, and I also like the ability that to bring out these items in a different color scheme. So say you want Mobu to have a basket of lobsters, now you've got a couple different kinds to mix in there and just add variety to the scene and to, your figure's look.
Yeah. So the treasure chest, similar to the barrel of ale that we did in the Einsamal in pack, we knew people would want multiple of both of those. So this accessory set allows you to get multiple treasure chests along. If you get, a couple Zinjar figures, you got a bunch of treasure chests in some different colors that you could outfit for your dios. Like you said, we've got a bunch of weapons and other, items here. So the treasure chest that opens up, it's got the gold coins in it, the large fish, which is a gore fish, the small fish, the lobster, it's got a harpoon, the fishing spear, the grappling hook, and the shark jaws.
I know what that means.
This is going to be $25. That's what's going to come in at this price here for the Ports of Mythos accessory pack. Very cool. And this will be fully packaged. That's one of the things we've done early in the line. Some of the accessory items would just be like in a plastic tray, like all of the weapons packs from that first Kickstarter. We've changed that around, so everything comes in full packaging now, with the beautiful layouts and artwork. So this will feel like it's part of the wave and not just an extra little piece.
Right. Yeah, that's been a great upgrade on those items. Soon you'll see the Ox Crew 2 set. Will actually I think it'll be on display here, but you'll get to see that package, another one of those package accessory sets, and it's impressive to see.
Cool. So we're going to move on now. Like you mentioned, we got the shark jaws in that scene there. Yeah, absolutely.
Was this taken by Brad in studio, or was it?
Yeah, these photos. So these
photos by Brad Treadaway.
Yeah, these shots that we have here, we've got we need so much photography these days that Trevor has taken care of us for a number of years. But when we need a pinch hitter to come in, sports references.
I know. You're so sportsy.
Every time I make one of those, I don't even intend to, and it just happens. But yeah, Brad has come in and just been able to take some shots where it's just not practical for us to send something to Trevor, or we need it very quickly. So in addition to those wonderful documentaries we've seen, we owe some of these to Brad as well. Yeah, awesome. So with that, we're going to keep this moving. We're going to go on to reveal number 6 in the Mythic Legions Dawns of Discovery wave, and this is a character's name who we heard just a few moments ago. We're coming back to the Seafarers League, and we're going to meet Captain Iron Skull.
Yes. Arr, arr, arr. You got that scene right. Oops. We love that sound when the whole crowd goes, in unison.
So now, this particular group, Eric, the Seafarers League, they are our antagonists that are in this part of the story. We've had a number of people for years request pirates. And you have long said that, yes, there are pirate-like characters that sail the seas of Mythos, but they are not the types of pirates you are thinking. They are not the Jack Sparrows that people are imagining. this is more what you had in mind for these type of characters. And we're really seeing that fleshed out here with Captain Iron Skull. So tell us a little bit about what we're getting with this figure.
Yeah, like you said, these characters are pirates by nature or profession, or their actions, but not pirates in the classic sense of the big coats and buckles and buckled boots and all that kind of stuff. This is what a pirate in mythos looks like. And so, you've got some of those trappings that you would associate with the pirate. He has a hook for a hand, but not a little hook coming out of a frilly sleeve. This is a big, brutal, fishing hook coming out of his arm. And one of the things I actually ended up liking on this figure, maybe the most, are the pants. I've wanted to do like this loose, flowing, baggy pant for a long time. There's a lot of characters that I think this would be great on, and again, perfect character to bring this out on. So he's got the brand new pants, and they are built in the way that we've been doing a lot of the figures now, where they have the split calf, so that there's a lot more back and forth compatibility with these than ever before. And he's, new armor, new weapons. Again, he's got that cutlass. We just saw that fishing spear. So different paint scheme on this, but he's got the fishing spear. The head, of course, is brand new, new chainmail loincloth. He's pretty decked out, and he's got a lot of the 3.0 double joint mid torso articulation parts. So he's going to be a very dynamic figure to play with. And even though the pants have the single knee, they were designed in a way similar to what we did with Valiant Knight, where it's got an extremely deep bend built into it. So, he's going to be able to hit some very dynamic poses, which, with that spear and the hook, like, it's going to go well together.
Absolutely. And one of the things that we have to point out here is this is another one of the prototypes that Sherry painted, and all of that intricate tattoo work, the lines, the freehand lines that able to paint there are absolutely stunning.
Yeah, no, it looks great. It doesn't just look. And I think aside from just like the level of control over the marks themselves, there's also the coloration of it, and the way that it's applied. It doesn't just look like it's a stamped on markings. It actually looks like tattoo ink in skin, which just that believability is off the charts.
Yeah, to be able to do that on a figure like this is really impressive, and it adds to the overall presentation for sure. So what we're seeing here is kind of the default look. You mentioned that we've got that harpoon that we saw in the accessory set. We've got the brand new head. We've got that hook weapon hand. We've also got some alternate pieces here, both for the head and for the hand. So this is the first of the alternate head looks and the first of the alternate hand attachments. So you can remove that single hook to get this like tri-hook type look. And then we've got this very interesting woven style mask. Tell us a little bit about what we're seeing with that woven mask.
Again, it's a little of a bit of a carryover from what we were talking about with Mobu earlier, where the materials used on some of these articles of clothing and armor, they're these natural materials again that you would find at sea, and they mimic kind of you see a lot of like woven baskets full of fish and things like that on a ship, and it just carries that pirate and that nautical theme over into this character in a way that is a little less traditional, maybe a little bit less expected, but it does fit the overall theme that we're going for here. One thing I also just noticed on this, I had mentioned before, I'm actually very excited about having that necklace in our tooling repertoire. That's just a great item, just you can throw on anything, and it adds a lot of character. So it's similar to the way that I've seen so many people in customs and photos using the straps, just creative uses of that added to a figure that you've seen forever, and just adds that little bit of individuality and character to it.
So again, first alternate look for the head and the hand. Now the second one is not a third head, but it is a mask that you can put over this head. And we've got this wacky, it really looks like the Seafarers logo. We've got this aquatic creature skull that's over that mask. And then this third attachment is what we saw in that accessory pack where I said we've got that grappling hook. That one's attached to a handle. This one attaches right to the hand that plugs in.
I mean, he seems to get a little more menacing with each one of these iterations. And I really liked the idea of doing that skull helmet, just to where he almost looks almost like a sea creature himself with that. But what's nice about doing it the way we did it, where it's removable, as you can see there on the table, once it's off of him, it is just a fish skull. So it's another great prop. You could put that on a shelf in a scene, or possibly mount it to a wall or something like that. So it works on a number of levels, which was something I was pleased that we were able to make that work. And because I like it when if you've got the alternate heads or looks where you can actually use both at the same time, like in a scene, which is the case here
for sure. So this is the full loadout that we're going to get for this character. A lot of cool stuff. So we mentioned the two different heads. We've got that fish skull mask, the harpoon. Once again, the cutlass with the scabbard, a couple throwing daggers, a knife, pouches, the necklace, and all those hand attachments. This character is absolutely loaded with pieces, but it is going to once again be a standard priced figure. This will also be $42 during the direct pre-order. So he is a ship captain. He's a human character. The ruthless leader of the Undertow, Captain Iron Skull, is one of the highest ranking members of the Seafarers League. While other seafarer captains at least pretend to uphold a measure of civility and decorum, the Undertow's captain has no time for such pointless displays. His brutal methods have long been questioned by others in the league, but rarely to Captain Iron Skull's face. None wish to make an enemy of the Undertow or the powerful benefactors who routinely use Captain Iron Skull and his crew to carry out deeds they themselves do not wish to be directly connected to. It is one of these missions which sends the Undertow to New Mythos and puts them in the path of the ocean's lure. So right here, we are seeing this conflict starting to brew. We've got our characters from the Fishers League, from the Ocean's Lure. They are getting ready to, set sail back to their home ports. But then lurking in the shadows, we have the Seafarers League and the Undertow. So we've got this story brewing. Cornboy, what do you think of this guy? He is definitely a bad guy.
Yeah, he's definitely a bad guy, and he will never appear on my shelf without that awesome bone mask.
Oh yeah,
I think awesome. I mean, he might, because he kind of looks like Cameron. I don't know where Cameron went, but except Cameron is much more buff than this guy. But yeah, it's a spectacular figure. The paints are incredible. The sculpting is incredible. I can't believe that it came out of our studio. because, we try not to suck, but yeah, it's fantastic. I absolutely love it.
Eric, what are your additional thoughts about Captain Iron Skull?
One of the things with you reading the bio there, I do like the fact that it also alludes to the fact that the seafarers may be carrying out other people's deeds at times. I thought that's a cool little hint, or at least nugget of information that could pay off later.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the Seafarers League being once again kind of not wanting to go down the traditional pirate route. Like, there's more to these characters than this operating on their own for capturing treasure. There are cases where they are potentially hired thugs or hired characters who are out there to do someone else's bidding, and that's what we're alluding to there in the story. So,
yeah, and again, kind of similar to what we were talking about with the new factions, motivations and some of the storytelling here is not necessarily about defending the realm or going into to battle against another army. Some of these conflicts are a little smaller, a little more personal. Yep. Which again, it's a little bit of a contrast, but adds a new dimension to what we're doing here.
And it's a nice change after the epic scale of like the Second Great War and the rise of the Dark Form. I mean, the literal four horsemen of the apocalypse essentially come to Mythos. So being able to tell a little bit of a smaller story where the stakes, at least at first, don't seem as high, it's a nice change of pace, and it's allowing us to kind of build back up again.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're in some ways we're back at the beginning again.
Yeah, we are. So Captain Iron Skull, he is another member, as we said, of the Seafarers League. We're starting to see that this wave really get fleshed out. We're starting to see the story start to take shape. I'm going to keep rolling with this because I got to tell you, the next handful of reveals, I think, are my favorites of this wave. Like, we've definitely stacked the deck. Every one of these is great, but as we get closer and closer, we've got some surprises, I think, lined up here. So reveal number 7, this was a reveal that at one point, Eric, I said to you, no one is going to have this on their bingo card. And then I quite literally saw a bingo card that had this on it. And I showed you, and you were like, man, our fans are so into it. Do we have a leak in our studio? Like, is it getting out somehow?
My question was, do people have access to our Dropbox?
Dropbox? Yeah, somehow someone had this on their bingo card. Reveal number 7 for the Mythic Legions Dawns of Discovery wave is Siren Opal Scale. So another one of our Legions ladies characters. This is a merfolk character, a mermaiden. Tell us a little bit about what we're seeing here with Siren Opal Scale.
With this one, she is a mermaiden. Mermaid. A character that's been requested many times. But I think we've approached it in a little different way than was necessarily, I think, expected, which I'm thrilled about. I love the way this figure came out. I think she's beautiful, and in a very, not the traditional mermaid way. It's not a human on top of a fish body. We turn her into something more fully. To me, fully realized. And, as you can see, she uses some of the parts that we first saw with Basilia last year, which was, we knew going into that one that some of those parts had some potential for the future, but also a lot of brand new parts here as well. You're seeing these giant fins. She's got this big fish tail, which is going to be a bendy tail. And she's built in the same way that the lower snake body was, where the piece, as that vertical part of her lower body hits the ground, there's almost like an L-shaped piece that's currently on the figure that allows her to stand in a stable way on the ground. But that is also replaced by several pieces that you can switch out to where you could actually have the tail unbent, and then it's in sections, so you could pose it in like a swimming type pose. This is where we saw the spear earlier. The spear is here. One thing that's probably one of the more kind of like less obvious parts there is she's got 2.0 arm wraps on the forearms. The arm wraps are one of the most versatile pieces that I think we have in the line as far as building different character types. So, it's a little thing, but that's going to go a long way. And then, of course, the obvious parts that, brand new head, packed with this, kind of ethereal fish detail, the spine on the back, the new breastplate, the long like belt area. Yeah, I mean she's pretty decked out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I sort of build on what you were saying, similar to what we did with Basilia. What we're seeing here, that spot where we get kind of that 90-degree angle, that curve, you can pop that piece out and we have a straight group that replaces it. So you could do kind of the fish-like tail going all the way down, and because it's bendy, get some cool posing out of that. Yeah, very cool. So Siren Opal Scale is a deluxe figure. She will be $48. So not much more than what we've got for the standard figures. Of course, that price is for the direct pre-order. She is the chief engineer of the Ocean's Lure, and her race is Merfolk. The chief engineer of the Ocean's Lure, Siren Opal Scale's job is to keep the ship in top condition at all times. As a member of the merfolk species, she is uniquely equipped for this role, being able to transform her body to exist either below the waves or above them. This allows her to inspect every inch of the Ocean's Lure to ensure it is ready for its next voyage. Unwaveringly loyal to the Fishers Guild, Siren Opal Scale does her duty and welcomes the guests from New Mythos aboard, but she makes no secret of her reservations on the matter or her feelings that the guild is entering dangerous waters by aligning themselves with these strangers from a strange land. And one thing I want to point out in that is I love being able to take traditional types of fantasy characters or races like the Merfolk and put our Mythic Legion spin on it. So in this particular case, we talk about the fact that she is able to transform her body to exist either below the waves or beneath them. And that was our way of adding lore into this character that would allow us to give her a completely second lower half with full legs. So, Eric, we're seeing the full legs here. We're seeing the battle mask. Talk to us about that a little bit.
Battle mask is pretty straightforward. Yeah. That is the way she's constructed. The face is a faceplate, so it's not an entirely second head. It's a faceplate swap. And then, it's like from the waist down, it's an entirely new sculpture, new figure that I am thrilled to get this into the line, because now we've got a full reptilian female build. And so that's one of the things that is cool with the line is that, we've been able to introduce certain characters as a male character, and then we get to see what the female counterparts look like. And so this opens up a lot of doors here. And of course, vice versa as well.
Yeah.
But, we've seen the reptilian parts, starting with Thygar and Cosmic Legions. They were purposely designed in a way where they could be reptilian, they could be aquatic. And so, this is, this is a big jump forward in what we built on with the Basilia figure last year.
Absolutely. And so looking at the full loadout for this character, which again, deluxe figure, $48 in the direct pre-order that starts tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern time. I love the fact, and I know that a lot of our, pop and swap fans and customizers, they're going to, if they decide to split this figure at the waist or buy extras so they can have multiple looks, if you put those lower legs on this figure, you end up with that fishtail. It's 2.0 compatible, right?
Completely.
So you can pop another 2.0 torso on this. If you want to create your more traditional mermaid type character, I love that we can do these things where we can have our interpretations of these types of classic characters and races, but still give the Legionnaires the elements, the resources to bring it to something that they may want for their collection that just may not match our vision for that character.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you could, take, the Manisha lower body and put it on that and, have her wearing armor and pants, or you could take upper half of Delphina and put her on a fish body, and, you've got a Delphina mermaid.
Fish Templars.
That could be a thing for sure.
So the full loadout here, we've got that fishing spear. We've got, a couple weapons that we've seen previously from, they were actually introduced a number of years ago in the Advent of Decay Wave, but they work really well here. We've got those fishing hooks that are actually on. That's real rope that she's going to come with for the fishing hooks. She's got that extra tail that you can plug into the lower legs, the lantern, a variety of hands, that battle mask faceplate, and then we were talking about those extra straight pieces. That's what you're seeing over near their lantern. Those are those body pieces that you would plug in there.
Yep. Yeah, just trying to give much versatility and posability for display and photos.
Yep.
And I think that there's a lot to play with there when you open up this package.
Cornboy?
Bad guy in my collection.
I figured that. Well, I mean,
she's really cool. She's beautiful. Okay, she's a good guy, but she could fit as a bad guy too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, sirens in a lot of mythology tend to not be the most heroic of characters and creatures. So you certainly can do that. I know we have a bunch of fans that like to make different fairy type customs. You could put some wings on this and make kind of like a sea fairy. There's a ton of options beyond just how cool this figure is in your display as is.
Absolutely. Yeah, I feel like this is one, I like the characters because I like the bad guys too.
Yeah,
I like the monsters, I like the bad guys. And I like it when we can do a good guy character that looks as cool as a bad guy.
Yeah.
She's not human, she's kind of a human creature mix, and that works for me.
Absolutely. So where we are in the story at this point, we're in Eaglesport. We're in Etheros, and the Ocean's Lure is getting ready to start, their voyage. Mobu has welcomed their guests, the emissaries from New Mythos on board, welcomed Delphina and her kind of, entourage. Siren Opalscale, we heard in her bio that while she's totally loyal to the Fishers Guild, and, if they tell her that she's got to do this, she's going to do it, but she's not so sure of these characters. And the way the story's folding out is Delphina comes on board, and General Delphina, she is one of the higher ranking members in the Legions of Light in the aftermath of the Second Great War. She gets on there and, Siren says, the other emissary is already on board as well. And she says, what do you mean other emissary? Because she is so high ranking that the fact that somebody got on board, another emissary was sent, this is a character that at least ranks as high as her for that information to come on. And then this character comes up from below deck, and it's someone that she's familiar with. And it's another name, another character that I'm sure our fans are going to be familiar with as well. So for the 8th reveal in the Mythic Legions Dawns of Discovery Wave, we're going to do another character that you recognize that's joining us on our journey as we move forward. Please say hello to Vetus Prime. One of the most popular figures in that first Mythic Legions 1.0 wave was subsequently voted as an all-star a number of years later. You have wanted a chance to go back and take another shot, not only at Vetus, but at the Mercurians, that kind of Spartan-like helmet, if we want to put it in our real world terms. That's something you've wanted to do for a while. Tell us a little bit about what we're seeing here on Vetus Prime.
The challenge with this figure was how to update it where it remained familiar, and enough of the Vetus that everybody has loved over the years, but bring it to our modern aesthetic within Mythic Legions, and also to represent our jump forward in time. And even the name does that a little bit. He's no longer just Vetus; he's Vetus Prime. He's moved up in the world, and this is another case that speaks to the fact that in that first wave, Vetus shared parts with everybody else except for the head. Here, we get to add some custom parts and give him a look that's a little bit more unique to what a Mercurian would look like, and a resident of Leandor. So there's some tie-in here with the Golden Pride figures that we released last year, but with that Mercurian spin on it. Yep. And so he is, he uses that 3.0 body that we introduced last year. So he's, pretty maxed out as far as the articulation and range of movement goes. But he's got that new Leodicius belt emblem on it. Yep. He's got an update on the shield with a new shield boss on it that gives it that more, what we're considering our Mercurian look. He's wearing the cool cape now that, again, CJSM did an awesome job on and added, a little flair even beyond what we were, what we initially had proposed on it, that, again, gives it a little bit more unique, kind of that Roman Mercurian look. And of course, the biggest item here is the update on the head and helmet, which, it still maintains the look, but the detail is crisper, it's sharp. This picture is a great shot because you can also see, over the 10 or so years since we first met Vetus, there's a little damage that's happened there. He's seen some better days maybe. But one of the big differences here is you look into that helmet, you can see facial features in there. So previously there was nothing going on behind the mask. Here, it's anybody who has the legendary Barbarian figure has played with that figure and probably switched the hair out, and you've seen that interchangeability that we added into that figure. Mm-hmm. This uses the same system, and so So now we see Vetus unhelmeted, but this is the same head that's under the helmet. It's just that the hair pops off and switches out for the helmet. So again, something that we really couldn't do 10 years ago in that first wave, but here, it's some additional play, it's some additional customizing, and a few different looks that you can actually get out of this figure, which I love this look where with him holding the helmet, you get to see the helmet, but you get to see the unhelmeted head at the same time, so it works well.
Absolutely. So very cool to see that alternate head. And this is one, we love to give credits to the painters that work on these. This is actually a piece that Eric Miller painted for us. So Eric's Eric's been a collector of the line since Vetus came out in Series 1, so it was great to have him work on this with us. But yeah, you see that unmasked, that unhelmeted head. In those early days, that was one of the biggest requests. What does Sir Owain look like under the helmet? What does Sir Galeron look like under the helmet? So to be able to start doing that, that's very exciting. This is the full loadout that you're going to get with Vetus Prime. You get the different feet that you can swap out. One note on that helmet, there's that little black piece that's next to the helmet. That's a second insert that you can put in the helmet. So if you want to still use that on another figure and get more of that blacked out look, you can totally do that with that piece. He's got a couple swords. He's got, the shield, the spear, and literally the most important piece in this entire wave, the bedroll. I mean, the Cookie demanded more bedrolls, and you do not say no to Cookie, especially on his birthday. So here we go. But I mean, fully loaded out figure who is going to be a standard figure at $42. Now, we see here in the write-up for this character that the role is Strategist Prime of Leandor. That is where the name Vetus Prime comes from. Prime is actually like a designation, like we would see General or Baron or something like that. Having seen the Mercurian army fall in the early days of his career, Vetus refused to allow the same thing to happen to Leandor's forces during the Second Great War. Recognizing the important role he played in defeating the Legions of Dark, Vetus was granted the title of Strategist Prime, the highest military rank in Leandor's army. The Mercurian accepted this honor somewhat reluctantly, believing that the days of fighting were behind him. Eventually stepping down from his formal post with Leandor's army, Vetus roamed the realm for years, looking for a new purpose. He found it with the arrival of strangers to the shores of Mythos. Returning to the fortress of the Gilded Lion, he asked to be sent on the voyage to explore new lands as an emissary from the Legions of Light. Vetus was granted his request and soon found himself aboard the ocean's lure as they headed for distant shores and unknown dangers. Now, the first thing that we're noticing with this bio is Nate is somewhere in this room and he is saying, Jeremy, there is no way that is going to fit on the side of the card. Nate tells me I write too long bios all the time. So we'll truncate that a little bit. But I love that this is moving Vetus forward in the story, that after the events of the Second Great War, he was somewhat like purposeless. He felt that he didn't have a role to play anymore. And as we enter this new stage, he is finding his purpose again. He is finding his place in this new mythos.
Yeah. Again, we keep going to that time jump aspect of things. And, I love this where, you get this kind of little encapsulated bit of a bio that tells the story of what's happened in that time. And I'm sure we will explore all of that further, but, this one goes to show, like, even though the Second Great War has ended and we're in this time of relative peace, that doesn't necessarily mean it's all, all bright and happy for everybody. There's, for a warrior, there's that lack of purpose, might be, an issue to deal with. So I like that there's like a little depth and, a little bit of character exploration with that brings us up to the point where we're going to, we're jumping on board this story.
I actually had a guest on my Mythic Conversations show a few weeks ago. Lord Stephen Bishotti was on my show, and we were talking about like Legacies of Mythos because it was right at the end of Legacies. And I asked him, if you could pick one figure to get the Legacies treatment, which one would it be? And I had to sit there stone-faced as he said Vetus. Vetus was the first figure that I got in the line. It was what brought me in, and I had to just not like give him any indication that we're not technically getting a Legacies of Mythos Vetus, but like we saw with General Delphina, this character completely can fit that role. This can be that upgrade, that version 2.0, but it still has so many nods to the original design that if you want this to, act as a stand-in for your original Vetus, you can completely do so. Just don't give him the bedroll, and he's Vetus 1.
Right. Yeah, I'm even down to the fact that, I think a lot of people prefer the sandal look for the feet, like it's a little more got that Roman look. But that's why we want to include the armored knight feet, which are somewhat out of place, but it's a great reflection of that 1.0 version. So again, like even though there's different parts here, somewhat of a different look, it does harken back to that original look. And it's up to you. You can pick your look.
Jim, this is an updated version of a character from that very first line. Cool to see how far the line has come in all these years.
It really is. It's hard to believe it was that many years back that the original figures came out, but just seeing these figures are just beautiful.
Cornboy, any thoughts on Vetus?
Well, since we started doing the 2.0 figures, I felt like Vetus really needed an update, and this is a beautiful update. Like the helmet alone tells a story. Like I didn't realize it until I looked closely at it. It has this big crack in the helmet, and then when you pull the helmet off, underneath there's a big scar on Vetus's face. Somebody clipped him. And so it's really cool. It tells a story like that. So I really love this figure, even if it is a good guy.
Eric, any last thoughts on Vetus before we move on?
I don't think so.
Oh, he has a cool 90s hair pulled back too. That's awesome.
I mean, he's all about the bedroll.
He is. So we are a little ahead of the game, but I'm going to let this roll because I'm so excited for this next reveal.
I think that's a little bored.
So we're on the Ocean's Lure. We're pulling out of port now. We've left Eagles Port. We've left New Mythos. We are literally setting sail for these new shores. As we come around the Deadlands, out from the shadows pulls the Undertow. The Undertow comes up and pulls alongside the Ocean's Lure. And as our Fishers Guild characters get up on to the deck, they see this character standing there waiting for them. Are you ready for this? Because it's gonna be loud.
Yeah.
This is from the Seafarers League, Odoben.
Somehow Doug has gotten into our drop box and able to see this. There's no way he guessed it. So Eric has been wanting to do a walrus guy forever since I've known him.
We'll talk about that after. Let's talk about, because I mean, Dub was so on point with guessing what this figure would be. So we'll get around to that. But tell us a little bit about this harpooner from the Undertow, member of the Seafarers League, Odoben.
Like CB said, like I was very excited to get to do a walrus figure. I've always loved sculpting the animal figures in general, and they're just such cool creatures that it's a great animal to turn into a warrior type character, because it's a little bit unexpected, but it also, you look at it, it's like, that actually makes a lot of sense. And so the initial kind of thought on this was, we had the Ganesha body from Figura Obscura, and we could build on this and maybe put a new head on it, and all of a sudden we'd have a walrus figure. As often happens, a couple of parts stayed on there from Ganesha, but it ended up being practically a brand new figure, just because I got so excited about the way this was coming out. So yeah, I mean, this one, it is, it has a new neck overlay that even goes on top of that torso, brand new head, new hands, new feet, new the lower leg armor, the skirting is new. One of the things that's actually pretty cool on this, we'll see it in a picture coming up. This is a brute scale figure, the same way that the Ganesha figure was. But if you look at the hands are quite large on this. The hands are actually ogre scale compatible. So what that required is the forearms are actually a transition piece that allows you to go from a brute scale arm to an ogre scale hand. So I think this is something that can have applications in the future, and certainly, something I think customizers are going to have a lot of fun with. And he's decked out with accessories. Again, he has one of these big fishing float lures on it. He has a smaller one. He's got this big water jug that hangs on the belt. The belt buckle, like kind of belt emblem, is cool because it's got the skull of a seabird on it. So again, I was looking for ways to bring in this kind of nautical theme to the figure in ways that were a little different. A lot of it had to do with materials. So you see, you see bone, you see wood, you see a lot of rope in this, things that you would see aboard a fishing vessel. And so, all of that came together in a way where he's really, I think, a unique addition to the line, and another one that, like, he fits well, even though they're on opposite sides of the conflict. He and Mobu, I think, kind of, are cut from the same cloth a little bit. As I said, I like the animal character, so those are certainly two favorites for me.
I didn't hear you mention the big, disgusting flipper feet being new.
Well, I mean, yeah, but the hands. If you don't like that, you probably don't like the hands much either. I mean, if you look, when you get a chance to look at this up close, like, the walrus flippers, they have these, like, they have fingernails and toenails basically, but like, rather than being at the tip of the finger or the toe or flipper, I guess, they're kind of like up high on it. So it's very strange. So I could see where you'd have an aversion to that.
Oh, I didn't say it's. I just said it's disgusting. I didn't say I didn't like it. I like disgusting.
Okay. Fair enough.
Well, you get that on the hands as well. In the second photo, you really get to see the hands there. We also get to see, not the second head, but this is kind of, I mean, it is a head, but the way the construction is with the neck, it really plugs onto the front. But it's a different look. It's a different set of tusks. And, on this look, we've got one full tusk and one broken tusk. Here, we've got the two long tusks. When we look at the full loadout, you actually see another small full tusk. So those are all interchangeable, correct?
Yes.
So you can really change up the look between both of the different heads with the way that you want the tusks to actually look.
Absolutely, yeah.
Army of Walrus.
And this, you were talking, Eric, about that transition from the lower arm to the hand. You see that here where Trevor has taken off the lower, kind of gauntlet type pieces, and you see the thickness of those lower arms.
Yep. Yeah. Again, it's a unique piece, one that I never suspected that we would probably have to make for something. But again, I do think I do think customizers will have fun with this, because it's just, we haven't really had the chance to intermingle those two scales before. But here you'd be able to do it a bit.
I love the really organic nature of the armor, like seeing, I almost imagine it like as, pieces of the ships that they've attacked over the years for the shoulders and for the wrist armor pieces. I love that organic look there. And, that harpoon is absolutely gigantic. I mean, you mentioned this is a brute scale figure, so that is a really large weapon that Odoben is wielding here.
Yeah, it's it looks deadly. It definitely exudes menace. Speaking of that, one thing I want to mention here too is, this is where we see this large the large gorefish again here, in a different color scheme. And one of the things that the way that it's sculpted is the tail has the fins come together in a way where you can actually hook the fish on the top of the spear. So, you can have him standing there with, with his trophy. Yeah.
So he's going out gorefish hunting.
Yes.
So Odoben is a brute scale figure that's going to be $55 during the direct pre-order. That's the direct pre-order discount pricing. He is a harpooner, and his race is Rosemurian. The Rosemurian harpooner named Odoben is the muscle of the Undertow's crew, keeping any unruly crew members in line and also acting as the first attacker whenever the ship comes upon a vessel which Captain Ironskull wishes to board. As the Undertow slinks out from its hiding spot in the Deadlands to intercept the ocean's lure, Odoben hurls his harpoons at the unsuspecting vessel. Now attached to the Fishers Guild ship, the Undertow pulls in close as the Rosemurian brute leads the raiding party that pours onto the deck of the lure. Expecting to encounter a terrified crew eager to surrender, the seafarers are surprised when they are instead greeted by a Mercurian soldier and a Templar knight leading the Fishers forward to battle. So Venus and Delphina are not just like guests aboard this cruise they're going on. They are taking command. They are leading the resistance against this attack from the Seafarers League.
Yeah, it's starting to get ugly.
Starting to get serious. It's heating up. Pretty cool to get to see. You've worked with Eric for decades now. To get to see him do a figure or a character type that he's wanted to do for so long, and for it to be so well received, that's got to be cool too, Jim.
Absolutely. I know Eric from, we started working at McFarland in '95, and he had a character then that was a walrus character, and it was just a very cute little guy, and he's turned him into a nasty seafarer. And I love to see him back. I want to see the other one back too at some point. But super cool, and I've never had this desire to do it for myself, but I think I might be doing a seaboard diorama at home.
Oh,
I mean, all the stuff that's there. I mean, just the tops of the pylon, the pylon tops, and just all the stuff combined with every set, every figure you get. I mean, it's ready to go.
Cornboy, before I move on, any thoughts on Odoben that you haven't mentioned already?
I mean, other than he'll be a bad guy on my shelf.
He is a bad guy.
And I love, well, I love the fact that we have like the different faceplate and the different tusk where you can essentially, I guess you could probably make 3 of them. So I'll probably need 6 or 8, something like that.
I like
But
how this guy
I mean,
thinks.
Yeah, he'll definitely be part of my bad guy shelf. And again, he kind of can fit into Mythic Legions, Cosmic Legions, or any other toy line that you have. And I love that about these guys.
Yeah, we go to a planet that's, heavily occupied with water. This guy could be there, absolutely.
Yeah, very true.
Any last thoughts before we move on to our final reveal?
Just that
In the
feet
Dawns of
are
Discovery
still
Wave.
really ugly. I love them.
Any last thoughts, Eric?
This might be my favorite in the wave.
No, it's my favorite.
It's my favorite too.
No, not this one is my favorite.
Oh,
one
the
coming
next
out.
one.
Yeah,
but this
this is very close.
Yeah, I got to re-sculpt it a little bit in one of our intern sessions yesterday.
Yeah, so tell that story. So yesterday was intern for a day at Four Horsemen Studios, and one of the sessions we do, you do a live sculpting demo and you take requests from the audience, and someone in the audience requested a walrus, which we had to reveal a day later. That had to be a day. I walked into that room to give you a time check, and I saw a walrus up on the screen, and I was like, what the hell? What is it doing?
I was kind of thinking the same thing. Because and then as I'm sculpting it was coming together very quickly on the screen. And I'm thinking in the back of my head, I can't flinch here, but am I doing this too quickly? Like, I know what a walrus head looks like too well. Later in the day, somebody asked for a shark, and that didn't come together nearly as quickly as this. And then Dub's sitting there saying, oh, well, you could use the Ganesh belly on it. And I'm just like, oh my God, stop.
He's got a copy of our recipe book, it looks like.
It was fun.
It was fun. So that brings us to the 10th and final reveal as part of the Mythic Legions Dawns of Discovery Wave. Now, it's only 12:21 right now. We're going till about 3 o'clock today. So we do have some other stuff to show you after we're done this wave reveal, just like we did last year. We're going to show you this last figure, then we're going to talk about, the availability, the all-in price, and all of that stuff. But back to where we are in the story. So we are now battling on the deck of the Ocean's Lure. The Undertow is on the side of it, while the Fishers Guild are certainly being led and holding their own with Vetus and Delphina, leading that charge. These are a group of Fisher characters that are fighting the Seafarers League. But then from under the ship comes the Fishers Guild's secret weapon. Clinging to the bottom of the ship is a character that they have hiding under there just for this possibility. The final reveal is Bulwark.
Wait for it.
Oh, wait.
Wait for it.
So Joe has brought out Slog. That's a big figure for sure.
Anybody got any Old Bay?
Put Slog back up here so he can.
So Joe brought out Slog to compare this figure to, because this figure is actually compatible with Slog. So the limbs are compatible with Slog. And I remember when you first started talking about making this figure Slog compatible, I thought it was going to be genuinely the size of Slog, but to see how much larger he actually became, he's an incredibly impressive piece. And he really adds that variety of scale. He's actually, I think, closer to Troll size than he is to Slog size, but just fully solid. So tell us a little bit about Bulwark.
It's much like you, when I first started working on it, I thought he was going to be about the size of Slog too. And just as this figure moved along, he just really started turning into something that I didn't quite expect at the beginning of the project. And it is a brand new figure, top to bottom. There's maybe the discs from Slog, there might be one or two, but as far as actual detailed parts, it's an all new figure. And considering the bulk of the figure, it's a pretty articulated figure. He's got about the same amount of articulation as like a standard 1.0 figure. There's a full ball joint system in the head. He's got a full big ball joint in the mid torso, which on a figure like this, I think is great because it's really going to allow those kind of swinging, kind of claw attack poses. Full articulation in the arms. The claws at the wrist even have an extra point so that it's hinged, but also has the swivel in a way where you can get all the different poses with the claw, because claw's a little tougher to set up on the wrist joint. And then the claws themselves are articulated so they can snap and hold the weapon as well. And then below the waist, like very similar articulation scheme to Slog for anybody who has that figure, but certainly enough down there to where you're going to get some very dynamic posing out of this figure. And I think, looking at it and messing around with this at the studio, like the moves that you get because of the giant claw, the big limbs, like the moves, everything you do with it is dynamic, just because at the end of that arm, there's a mass on there that just looks deadly and, like it's going to do some serious damage. And then he's even got, he's got two little arms on each side coming out of the torso that have multiple joints in it for posing. And, again, we've mentioned this, the paint on a couple of these figures. Cameron did the paint on this one and, absolutely nailed it. This was one I think we were excited to, if we were to tell you that we were going to bring out a crab figure, I think color-wise, a lot of people here would have a certain expectation of what that would look like. So I was excited that we were able to come out with something that, it's not just a typical red crab. Like it's got all this color in it, and not only does he look great on his own, but it stands out and complements the color and the look of all the rest of the wave.
For sure.
Yeah, this is one that I can't wait for this to actually be a toy, not a prototype.
Exactly. I can't wait to have it sitting like on my nightstand next to my CPAP machine. I just love it. I love it.
So
this is my favorite. Is everybody else's favorite too? Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
So for those who are in the room, especially those who are up front, they can see Bulwark up here compared to the other characters. But we've got a couple comparison shots, certainly for those of you who are tuning in. And by the way, thank you to everyone who is tuning in back home. We are sad that you couldn't be here in New Jersey with us for Gcon and LegionsCon, but we're thrilled that you decided to spend this day with us, this morning with us. We've got the comparison here to Slog. So that's a good first one because, as we said, that figure is Slog compatible, like at least the arms and the legs.
Yes. Yeah, it's hard to believe. Look at the picture, but it is true.
But to get a sense of the character next to like a 1.0, this is not a character that's necessarily just big and tall. It's the full mass. It's the fact that it's almost as wide as it is tall.
Yes.
So that's a good shot there. And then really to kind of see a lineup of the different characters, to see, again, going left to right here, we've got that 1.0 knight, like a red shield soldier. We've got the High Ward in Slog from Cosmic Legions. We've got an ogre scale figure in Kurzog. Then, of course, we have Bulwark. And then you see that last figure, the troll, which side by side, he really stacks up to a similar kind of feel to that troll scale.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, even though it's, you could probably technically call it slog scale if you wanted to. It's it just turned into its own thing. So, which is great. That's one of the things that we've always loved at the studio is to create a lineup. If you were doing a 6-figure assortment, I would like to see a different body type on all 6 of those figures. And this kind of, this fills out that vision really well. And the fact that it's not even, there's, sorry.
Well,
I don't want to see that thing fall.
We've got the press in front of the table taking photos, so.
But, it's not even like a shape or size that we've even seen in the line at all so far. So it really, this guy really stands out for sure in the line.
For sure. So alternate shot here, Bulwark does have a secondary head that's got the open mouth. And then we get to see Bulwark's weapon, which is that giant anchor. I'm curious in the room, those of you who were at Intern for a Day yesterday, how many of you saw that anchor hanging on Cameron's wall? Couple. So a couple people saw that anchor hanging on Cameron's wall. Yeah, that was a little teaser we did for you there. And that's the full loadout we're going to get. So Bulwark's not one of our figures that's loaded out with lots of accessories, because really what you're getting is the bulk of the figure itself.
Yeah, I have a feeling nobody's going to complain.
Yeah. And that giant anchor, that's going to look great in Jim's port diorama scene.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So Bulwark is basically a monster figure. He's going to be $95. That's going to be the discounted pre-order price. Our goal with the retail price on him is going to be similar to Slog. It's going to be about $120. So that gives you a bit of a sense of what you're going to save. Again, we tried to keep this similar in price to Slog. I mean, our goal is to keep it exactly the same for the retail. He's a deckhand of the Ocean's Lure, and his race is Carcinian. The Ocean Lure's secret weapon, the massive Carcinian named Bulwark, acts as the ship's deckhand, literally taking care of any of the heavy lifting needed about the vessel. As the ship sails away from New Mythos, Bulwark clings to the bottom of the vessel, hidden from sight. When the Lure is ambushed by members of the Seafarers League and their ship is boarded, it is the surprise emergence of Bulwark that turns the tide of battle in favor of the fishers. Tossing the attackers from the undertow overboard, the Lure makes its escape, headed across the Great Sea on their voyage to the ports of Mythos. So that is where we leave the story for now. These characters are going to be sailing the undertow and the Seafarers League. They're not going to be far behind, and I think we're going to see this continue, if not necessarily in future ways, certainly hopefully in all your collections as you get to detail what happens in this battle between these two new groups.
Yeah, I feel like, I imagine, that's a cool shot.
I jumped ahead. I thought I had another photo of Bulwark.
But, I think if if you're a kid and you're getting this wave of figures and, you're playing with your figures and, having your adventure, this is such a different adventure than Mythic has had so far. And so that idea of continuing the story, I love that because it just feels so unlimited right now.
Absolutely. So, I brought this up prematurely, but this really shows the variety of the wave that we've got here. And I was talking to a few people, both at Intern yesterday, and I was talking to Tanya from Legions Ladies this morning, and we were talking about the uniqueness of this wave in the sense that now that Mythic Legions is, past that 10-year mark, past that first story arc, there are character types that our fan base has come to love. We don't want to completely abandon them, but we also want to, quite literally explore new waters. We want to add new ideas, add new character types, and so forth. And I really love how this wave seems to balance those two. We get, a couple characters in Vetus and Delphina that are, quite literally from our first story arc, but we get a lot of new ideas and some stuff in between that really fleshes out this wave.
Yeah, it's a good. I feel like it's a good balance, and we didn't really talk about it that much, but it's obvious. last year we talked about adding new races to the line, and here if you look at this, you have a crab, a mermaiden, manta ray, an imp, you have walrus, like
That's 5.
yeah, more than half or half the line are things, character types that we haven't seen so far. So it definitely feels new.
Yeah.
It's very fresh.
Absolutely feels new. So the all-in for this wave is going to be $450. So you're going to get the 9 figures plus the accessory set. That's about $180 off of the eventual retail price. So, as we know, we offer these discounts during the pre-order period. If you wait and get these later from us, if you get them, you want to get extras later, we're certainly going to make some of them available down the road. This is not a one and done pre-order where we're only going to make to pre-order. We will have extras for shows in the future and so forth. This will also be offered through our worldwide network of retail partners. Those will be at the normal retail price. The discounted pre-order is only during this specific direct window. That will allow you to save that price. That pre-order begins, as we said, tonight, which is November 7th, 2025 at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. That is going to run until December 28th, 2025, which is a Sunday at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. So you've got a nice lengthy window there. You've got almost 2 full months to figure out what it is that you are looking for in the Dawns of Discovery Wave and get that pre-order in. Of course, these are all available individually as well.
I just wonder how many of these that Walt's going to collect like he does the trolls.
How many of the crab?
Yeah.
Is that the new
The
troll?
bulwark, yeah.
That's the new troll. There we go. That's going to travel with him to LegionsCon. Any last thoughts, Eric, before we move on? Like I said, we've got, we're a little ahead of schedule, but we're going to keep this going. There's no problem being that. If we have some time later, maybe we'll do a little Q&A. But I've got some other stuff here that we might want to add a little bit of extra time to talk about. But before we leave the shores of Mythos, before we leave this new Dawns of Discovery Wave, any last thoughts?
I'm excited. I'm excited with where we're going with this. I'm excited right now that we have actually revealed it and it's out there and we can talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's we've said a lot here, so I don't
Yeah.
have to do much, Dad. I'm sure I will talk to a lot of you individually about this over the course of the weekend. But yeah, this is I'm very pleased with this wave. I like these new types of creatures in here, and again, things like getting that. For me, that long-awaited 2.0 Knight upgrade in the Delphina. That's actually underneath the tunic right now, so it's hidden, but it's there, and it's something that's gonna we're gonna get a lot out of moving forward.
So what do you think, everybody? Are you ready to set sail? So for all of you who are here with us at LegionsCon this weekend, all of these figures will be on display in the lobby. We've got a very cool display. Our prop shop put together an amazing diorama to display these characters in.
Dan and Bill.
Yeah, I think the story continues.
Job, and I can't wait for you guys to see it.
So be sure, just do us a favor. When they're out there building it and putting it together, give them a little bit of space. Last year, we got a little bit of people crowding around Bayethir, which is understandable. Let's give them a little bit of space to get this built, and then it will be up all weekend for you to see and take photos of.
Yeah, there's a lot to look at in this. There's a lot of amazing detail, a lot of hidden little Easter eggs and stuff like that. So, make sure you give yourself some time to really give it a good look.
Absolutely.
And it's and this is one of the reasons I wanted to get this in the deck and photograph this. It really helps to establish the setting for this in a way that we haven't been able to go quite this far in the past. So go out and enjoy that and take it all in.
Absolutely. Guys, I'm very excited for this wave. I'm very excited for this weekend. And I'm excited for the fact that we still have more stuff to talk about and we still have more cool things and reveals. This is where we are today. But last year, being able to look to the future a little bit, last year we revealed Legacies of Mythos, and we've now seen that. Infinite Legions, we've now seen that. So I'm very excited to be able to, not only enjoy what we have today, but to look ahead a little bit. And that's where we're going to go for the rest of this presentation. Does that sound good to you all? Yeah. Okay. All right. A couple different things we're going to talk about. We're going to start with kind of a look at the 4 Horsemen brands. And these are the 4 Horsemen brands as it stands today. It's actually just cool, guys, right? To see all of those logos on the screen together. Mythic Legions, obviously this is what we've been talking about. This is our flagship line for the Legions brand. Cosmic Legions, which got introduced about 5 years later. Figure Obscura, which came out shortly after Cosmic. And then some of those newer brands, Infinite Legions and the Graveyard. So we're going to talk about each one of these individually, just talk about where that is now and show you some stuff. So we're going to start with Mythic Legions. Well, we've been talking about Mythic Legions for, just over 2.5 hours at this point. So I think we see where Mythic Legions is, but we'll give you a very practical update. Rising Suns, this is a highly anticipated wave. We do have some good news for you. Production on this wave is now complete. So this was a wave that definitely had some challenges. That bear was a bear, right? He definitely was a challenge, but production is now done. They're just finishing all of the packaging. They're going to get these things packaged, get them over to port. As of right now, our expectation is around the end of this month, they should be on the boat and on the way. So knowing how long it takes, this should be very, very early January of next year that these are going to start shipping out to all of our fans. Very, very excited for that. Legacies of Mythos. So again, this is exciting because we were able to reveal this here last year. And this is something that we always talk about because what we've done today is so indicative of how we reveal information, where we hold it back until we can't keep it in any longer. And then we do a big reveal like this. So last year was interesting to be able to reveal Otho, which was such a important reveal that we had held back. But I love the fact that we still were able to surprise people with the Urzok edition. And then, of course, the Scaphoid and Sir Valgard, which they're going to debut here at LegionsCon for all of you to have access to. So that is super exciting with Legacies of Mythos. This is a line that I know the fan base is excited for. You've been really excited for getting a chance to go back to these characters.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I said earlier with the Delphina and the Vetus. Getting a second crack at some of these characters is always something that I look forward to. And, especially because a lot of these, it's been 10 years since the first time we addressed these. Like some of these figures I probably haven't physically had in my hand and, close to that amount of time. So to be able to go back and from my end, it's not even just looking at it from, a creative standpoint and, a technical standpoint. Well, how do we upgrade this figure? But it also it's a little walk down memory lane, kind of puts me back in the head space of where we were when this line was just, kicking off. And so it's a lot of enjoyment had on my end for going back and seeing these characters again.
Without a doubt. And it's like I said, it's been exciting to also do this different kind of sales model where we did a small in-stock order to give everyone that immediate gratification. But because they were so desirable and we sold out so quickly, and because we wanted to offer them through retailers, that's one of the challenges with in-stock items only, is there is no pre-order process, no pre-order window for our retailers to jump onto. Legacies of Mythos allowed us to have the best of both worlds. And that's cool. That proved to be a winning model for us. And you're going to see that continue next year. Legacies of Mythos 3, while we don't have a teaser to show you here at LegionsCon, we did want to let you know that the third wave of Legacies of Mythos it's already at the factory. The parts are already there being worked on. You will see that in 2026. Cosmic Legions. So it's been a quiet year for Cosmic Legions in many ways. I've heard a number of people question, are they abandoning Cosmic? Are they, is the line not selling? Are they not going to be doing that? And nothing could be further from the truth. We are absolutely committed to Cosmic, and we have a number of fans that they're Cosmic first. We have fans that come in through Cosmic. So we're really excited to continue this story. This year in general, we just had some practical decisions to make. We had the emergence of Beathair that we had to deal with, and we really wanted to get the Ox Crew figures in people's hands before we continued this story. Because Ox Crew, it is such a leap with the line, with the parts, that we didn't want to do another line and another leap before we had gotten those into their hands.
Yeah, and it's my favorite, my son's favorite line, so we can't disappoint.
Oh, we're not going to, CB.
We're not. No. Yeah, I mean, I was not comfortable putting something else out until those two Ox Crew waves were in people's hands. If the thing that when we step back and look at Cosmic, Ox Crew 2 is only 5 waves in to Cosmic. We're still at so much the beginning of the line, and so for out of 5 waves, to only have 3 of those waves in people's hands, we just felt like it would be good to step back and wait so people get that. Of course, working on things while that wave was happening. A little bit here and there, like the head packs, but 2026 is going to be a big year for Cosmic. We've got some cool stuff in store. And I think, it's been kind of quiet, dormant for long enough where, on our end, there's a lot of excitement like built up to, get this line back out, in your hands and back on the playing field again.
So we're talking about Ox Crew 1. This is a wave that has shipped very, very recently. The feedback has been absolutely wonderful for it. Those who are at LegionsCon this weekend, this is the first show that we've actually got these on the table that we're selling them. So they will be at the Four Horsemen Figure Fair. So if you're looking to pick up some of those are available. And Ox Crew Book 2, I have an announcement on that. Production on that is just wrapping up now as well. It looks like those are going to be neck and neck competing with Rising Suns for which one's going to hit the water first, which means that wave should be shipping near the end of November, beginning of December for delivery early next year as well. So that is super exciting.
So Chris Gorich has been working really hard on the production of this stuff and trying to make it happen. He's been killing himself.
Absolutely. So while it seems like we've had a quiet year for Cosmic Legions, getting Ox Crew 1 in people's hands and that jump, that was certainly an important step. We are going, like you said, 2026 is going to be a big year. This is the logo of Cosmic Legions. This shows the 5 rings of Cosmerium. We've barely scratched the surface. We are going to be visiting these rings. There's a lot more to explore in this universe, for sure.
Yes.
But what I was saying was, one thing we did do this year that was kind of a smaller offering, but very well received, were these Cosmic head packs, right? So the idea to do, because one of the things that we realized was with Cosmic Legions, the character types were so diverse right from the get-go, because we now had the level of success that we could do that. We are in that first Mythic Legions wave. There was a lot of similarity. Skeletons, dwarves, knights. So there was a lot more pop and swap options in that first wave that weren't as prevalent in Cosmic Legion. So the idea with Cosmic Head Packs were to do some repainted pieces that go with existing figures to give you more options.
Yeah. I mean, I think we were so ambitious with that first wave. That was almost, we had the blinders on a little bit to that fact. And again, we're only 5 waves in. So we haven't had a lot of time to build up enough parts to do that mix and match. So here we are with our head packs.
And again, this was a fun project because we worked with Eric on these, very well suited. And as a longtime customizer, he's so used to matching, heads to bodies that worked really well here. These parts are available at LegionsCon as well. We will have both the base figures they pair with and the head packs. I think Kragnar might be the only one that, if we have any here, they're very limited because we're pretty much sold out of Krag. But looking to 2026, we start to say, what about more cosmic character packs? What about if we did something else, but not only just did repaints of existing heads? What if we did brand new heads, brand new parts for these cosmic characters? So this is a little sneak preview. This is the cosmic character pack that's going to pair with the Tusk Science Officer. We have a number of Tusk characters, and this next cosmic character pack set is going to pair really, really well with the Tusk figures that we have. Brand new head that's making its debut on this particular figure. We should also note that these brand new heads are fully tooled. This is not going to be like a long wait for tooling. These all exist and are ready to go. So that I think is exciting here.
Yeah, that quick turnaround, for an item like this certainly, ups the appeal dramatically. So yeah, again, again, this is now a step up from last time. Newly tooled parts. We had, the reaction was so positive with that last offering that to take it a little bit to the next level just made perfect sense to us.
I saw some people pointing out the hands. And so not only does this figure have that new helmet on it, but we also added these pink hands and feet. And that was a fun little kind of throwback to a teaser that we did last year for LegionsCon, where the LegionsCon exclusive Cosmic Legions pack, the front of the package had these 2 hands. Now, these were just Thygar hands that Trevor photoshopped to be pink. And people were like genuinely disappointed when we didn't have those hands available. So when we were doing this, we were like, well, let's not only put the head in there, let's also put the hands and the feet. So that's kind of a cool, allows you to build out some even additional characters.
Yes.
But the thing that I'm noticing is the science officer, he comes with that cool, almost like, hammerhead style head that you actually sculpted at Intern for a Day. The Intern for a Day that I went to, I saw you sculpt that.
Yeah.
So that comes with the science officer figure. And the helmet is shaped really similarly to that particular head. You did that intentionally with the alternate heads for those Tusk figures in that first wave.
Yep, exactly.
That head wouldn't fit in this helmet.
No. So
we can't give them this helmet without the head that fits in it. So you also get a second brand new head that is an alien. So just a little bit of a teaser. That's one of the character packs that's going to be available. We'll get you that. That's going to be early 2026. Final dates and stuff will be announced. But exciting about this, you're going to see more than just heads in these packs. And, in this case, you see the hands and feet, and you're going to see some brand new pieces as well. So excited for that. That brings us to Figura Obscura. Figura Obscura has long been, I think, my my favorite one of our lines. I've said this before. Everything around it, the uniqueness of the way it's presented, it's unique in the action figure world. CB, Figure Obscura, you named it all those years ago. The reason there isn't a Figure Obscura logo on Krampus is the brand didn't exist when that figure was created, and it was meant to mean secret figure, correct?
Yeah, we when we first released the Krampus, as Jeremy said, there was no line created for this, and when we found out that there was some success doing the Krampus, we were like, you know what, we should turn this into something, not just individual releases. We should actually make a line out of it. And we were brainstorming, trying to come up with different ideas, and Figure Obscura just seemed to fit because it's a line of figures that may not fit your normal conventional action figure line. They're obscure.
They are. But it wasn't mean.
And it's, by the way, it's
Yep.
it's probably my favorite of our properties too. I love Mythic and I love Cosmic, but this is just so good.
Well, the name wasn't only meant to mean obscure. I mean, we did Father Christmas. There was far more recognizable characters than Father Christmas. It was meant to mean secret figure. And, you know, in the early days, there was so much surprise with what to expect from Figure Obscura. But lately, we've kind of fallen into a bit of a routine, right? We do a Figura drop in the spring, and then we do one in the fall, and then we do one around the holidays, and then we follow up with repaints for the retailers. You've all gotten that routine, right?
And not only that, they've all made their prediction of what it's going to be.
They have, because they think they know what's coming from Figure Obscura, and we're here to tell you, forget what you think you know. This means secret figure. We're changing things up. Don't necessarily expect the same release schedule. Don't expect repaints of these. In some cases, we're going to do a definitive version, and we may not follow up with a repaint, or we certainly won't follow up with a repaint less than a year later. There may be much more distance. You don't know what to expect with Figure Obscura. So if you think you know what's coming, trust me, you don't know what's coming. Figure Obscura in 2026 and beyond is going to keep you guessing.
And this next one that we have coming up, you are not ready.
I'm ready.
Infinite Legions. So this wave of, or not wave, but this line of Legions compatible pieces that are us partnering with other creators is incredibly exciting for us. And, you know, last year when we revealed it, a number of people thought that it was, you know, just a Glyos type, like we're just going to work with the Glyos makers. We love the Glyos makers. We're thrilled to have them here, and that's where we started. But Infinite Legions is bigger than that. We have a number of cool things that we're excited to do with Infinite Legions, and I, for one, am really pumped about what's coming from this line in the future.
Yeah, it's a different way for us to create. And, you know, I think that's what excites me about it. You know, it's just, and I love the collaboration, you know, with working with Matt on the Faden project has been just so much fun. And, you know, we've been friends for so long that to be able to work together again in a professional capacity and go back and forth and collaborate on this. We just have had such a blast with it. You know, we went up and visited Matt at his home, and you know, Brad made a documentary about the whole visit up and the collaboration, and it's just been a different way of doing things, and that really emphasizes the camaraderie and the fun. It's like an extension of this event, you know, us going up for a visit and hanging out with friends and talking toys. You know, it doesn't get much better than that, you know? And so that's that's an aspect to this line that it's different than our daily routine, but we had a great time with it, and we're so happy with the end results.
Yeah, working with Matt was incredible, and it really set the stage. We've said this before. We chose Matt and Onell Design because it's someone that we know and love and have respected for so many years. So to be able to kick it off with Matt and really set the framework of what these are going to look like was important. And I do have an update on this first Infinite Legions figure. When we offered it earlier this year, I think we said it would be available like sometime like mid-ish next year, I believe it was. This is actually almost done production. So this is yet another thing that's going to be shipping probably in the coming month and a half or so. And you should be seeing Infinite Legions at the start of 2026. But we've already gotten some Infinite Legions-ish type of stuff in hand because the super secret reveal that we did as part of this Infinite or super secret project was not only did we take Matt's Faden character, Phanos character and so forth into Infinite Legions, but then they took our interpretations and brought it back into Goliath, creating this, as Matt likes to say, this like loop, this lore loop that's happening here. He did that to create his Goliath compatible versions of these characters. Incredibly cool. I love these in hand. And I think one of my favorite parts of this story is the fact that Onell Design has been doing what they do for 19 years. They've never done a pre-order until this wave. They sold out of their stock so quickly, and there was so much demand that they did something they haven't done in 19 years of business by opening up for a reorder pre-order, that's now done as well, to get more of these in fans' hands. That is incredibly cool. And thank you to all of our fans that supported our friends over at Onell Design with this project. Now, one cool follow-up to this is we are here at LegionsCon, Mini Glycon, and the gathering of the Glyos makers is such an important part of LegionsCon these days. There are a number of makers that bring new characters, new figures here, LegionsCon exclusive versions, and I'm thrilled that Matt allowed me to show this here, but there is going to actually be a LegionsCon exclusive version of the Infinite Legions characters. This is the teaser that he showed me, which is actually a throwback to the original head, the head that you painted and gave him.
Yeah. This is the same color scheme. Yep. The version. This is the updated version of that head that I sculpted for him years ago. Talk about just full circle. Moment in our friendship and our collaborations over the years, and of course for him to be bringing it here at this event, it doesn't get much better than that.
And the name of this figure Matt gave me was Anti-Faden Origin. So he calls this character Anti-Faden, and that Origin moniker is kind of a nod to the beginnings of this figure.
Yeah, really cool.
So if you're at LegionsCon, I don't know what the availability will or will not be outside of LegionsCon. I'll leave that, certainly check Onell Design. But if you're at LegionsCon, this is certainly something you're going to want to hit up those Goliath tables pretty early, because I have a feeling these are going to be in pretty high demand.
I think so.
Awesome. So what's next for Infinite Legions? Well, it's a little too early to tell you that. We've got some cool stuff to show you. We're just not ready to do so just yet, but we promise we've got cool things in the works.
Yep.
Last brand that we'll talk about is a newer one, and that is the Graveyard. So we just did our, sales drop, our pre-order for the Graveyard Zombies and also the Blind Box Skeletons. those skeletons actually will be on display here this weekend. I think the zombie is as well, just without the soft goods. So I know a lot of people wanted to see the colors of those skeletons in person. You'll be able to do that here at LegionsCon. But this is a fun thing that we were able to do, that Figure Obscura is so serious in the way that we approach the subject matter. This allowed us to have a little bit more fun with some of these characters and really kind of embrace what we both love is, the campiness of kind of the Halloween season.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Figura Obscura, as CB said, it started off as let's just do a character for the holidays. And, it's actually Jim who initially suggested it. It was just like, let's do something fun. Let's throw out a holiday figure. Then, we put out the Krampus. It was a massive hit. Like, it caught people off guard. It was a lot of excitement. We loved it. Everybody seemed to love it. And as CB said, then it kind of turned into a series of projects. And then as it evolved, like Jeremy said, it was, it became a little more serious. We got it. It's so deep into the lore and the backstory of the material that we were tackling with these figures. So this almost goes back in a way to the origins of what Figura Obscura kind of was in the beginning. And there's a little bit of a freedom to this that, we can just do silly color schemes on skeletons, or a zombie that, has a more modern feel to it. It's just like a little less, there's no rules on this one. And the fact that we could do both is, it's a wonderful place to be. Because now Figura is what it is. We don't want to backtrack on that. So this was a good release.
So the Four Horsemen brands, that's kind of an overview of, end of year overview of where we are. All very exciting things coming in 2026 and beyond for those brands, and other ideas too. You never know what we've got cooking, but all of these are healthy, and we can't wait to show you what we've got coming from these in the new year. Very cool. So the next item we'll talk about is a publishing update, and the role-playing game is certainly publishing. We're not going to update that right now. We have a whole section for the role-playing game coming up in a little bit. That's so important to us. We kind of gave it its own section. So if you don't see it here, that's why. The first thing we'll talk about is Mythic Legions, the first 10 years. And it's interesting. When we sold this earlier this year, we said the book will be in hand by the end of summer. The figures will be hopefully in hand by the end of the year. And they just flipped. The figures got done a lot quicker than we expected. And doing the book proved to be a lot more difficult than we expected. And it's just growing pains. It's just doing a project we've never done before and figuring out things as we go. But those of you who came to intern for a day yesterday, we had the proof copy of this in the studio for you to look at. Did you guys get a chance to take a look and thumb through that book? Yeah, it's really cool stuff. I think people, when they get this in hand, they're going to really enjoy it. I mean, obviously it's got a look at all of the different figures in the line. It's got some information on the waves, all of Trevor's wonderful photography and information, but then also other behind the scenes stuff, things like Gcon. So the history of Gcon and where it came from, and some somewhat embarrassing photos of past Gcons are all in the book. So this is now the final. We just fixed some stuff in the proof. Now we're ready to go with the printer. We're going to get one more proof copy because this one was soft cover. We're going to get one more proof copy, and then we're going to go to print. This should be shipping near the start of the year as well. So
y'all about to be overloaded with stuff.
I was just
at the beginning of the year.
I was just going to say, I think the moral of the story is Cookie and the shipping team have a lot to do at the start of the year.
Good thing we're moving into that new warehouse.
The other project that we have going is Mythic Legions Rise of the Dark 4 Volume 1. This is the lore book. So this unfortunately has been held back a little bit just to get the other projects done. It is fully written. Most of the pages are laid out. We're adding a little bit of art. We do still anticipate being able to offer that for sale in 2026. But one thing I can show you today is a couple of the final page layouts for this. So you can get a sense of how this is going to look. And we've shown page layouts in the past, but they were all sample. They were all like theoretical. These are the actual pages. These are the pages from Chapter 9, Covenant of Shadow, which is a chapter I've read before on my show. And you really get to see through these pages, you get a sense of what the book's going to look like. So on this page here, we have a beautiful piece of art from Nate Barch. And then if we flip the page, we get a piece of artwork from David Williams. So you get to see those two different styles. We flip the page again, and we get a photograph from Trevor Williams. So we're really utilizing the art that we have for the line and these artists in really cool ways. And of course, we flip one more page to the end of that chapter, and there's no text on that. There's no images on that. So you're going to get a mix of that throughout the book.
Yeah, it's I like seeing all this mix of these different artists in here.
Yeah.
Because it's cool just to see the story translated in different ways. And they're all members of the community, all members or all parts of the Four Horsemen Mythic Legions history at this point. And that I like to see that celebrated alongside the story itself.
And this is just a sample. There are other pages in the book that have really important characters in it and really cool artwork that the fans are going to be super excited to see.
More of the characters of the art, maybe in this case.
I mean, so this is a piece of art that we haven't shown previously from David Williams. This, of course, is Sir Gerard. I literally saved this photo, put it in the book, had to look at it 3 times before I realized that he drew him standing like this. I didn't even, David sent it to me, and when I didn't laugh about it, he must have been like, wow, that really landed flat. And it took me like a week to message him back and be like, oh my goodness, you drew Sir Gerard. That's such an inside joke. I love it. So that's where we are. Once again, I am so thrilled. I'm so excited and anxious to get this book and this story, the first part of this story, into your hands. My promise to you is that after LegionsCon, this is going to be a focus. We're going to wrap this book up. We're going to get this ready for 2026. Okay? So my next group, are you back there? Absolutely. So guys, I'm going to bring up a couple guests. Yeah, I'm going to bring a couple guests. Last year at LegionsCon, we welcomed, or we announced that we were doing a partnership with Sideshow Collectibles. And we were thrilled a short time ago to announce that they were going to be joining us here at LegionsCon this weekend. So we're going to bring them up right now. Say hello to our friends from Sideshow. One round. How's it going? So thank you both for joining us. Last year, as I said, we teased this partnership. Thrilled to be able to have you up here and talk about it further. But before we do so, why don't we get an introduction so you can, let our audience know who you are. Jesse, why don't we start with you?
Hi, I'm Jesse. Nice to meet everyone.
Hi, Jesse.
I'm a project manager at Sideshow Collectibles. Been there for 20 years now, so a lot of time there with the company.
Mike Tolentino. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I've been in Sideshow for about 16 years now. Also a project manager. I do some of the development and then a lot of production end of things. And that's my embarrassing collection in the photo. That's cropped in as well.
Well, I mean, I think that's a cool point to make here is you guys were not just assigned this project in this account. You are both Four Horsemen fans and Legions collectors. You have these in your collections.
Absolutely, yes.
That's cool.
Yeah.
We definitely volunteered for trivia.
It was funny because when we actually pitched the idea, Anthony was the one that, man, there's so many great characters and designs that just warrant, something for us to do. Back there. and I thought for sure he was gonna be the one to run the ball on it, and then luckily they gave it to me, so I was pretty excited to be the one to get to work on this with you guys.
Yeah, and we've got to work with Jesse throughout this entire project. We actually said previously the other night when we were talking about this that we announced this at LegionsCon last year, and then it's been super quiet for the whole year publicly, but behind the scenes, we've been meeting constantly. We've been working to get to the point that we are now here at LegionsCon. So yeah, it's been an absolute joy to work with you guys, and we're excited.
Yeah, well, the same with us. I mean, like I said, when we're meeting, you know, there was just the ideas and everything that we're bringing to the table, very open to, and, you know, our interpretations and how we were going to do, you know, bring these into a statue form. So, and even the sculptor, James Kane is the sculptor on all 4 of these. And he's in London, so I would wake up pretty early every morning to jump on the phone call with him for a couple hours just to see how this was pushing and putting some ideas in, and then of course get to a point where we share it with you guys.
So this is your first introduction to like our large audience. You just said some things there that they are all like, check, check, check. Because you have to watch what you say around here. So you said the word statue. So that's been a point of speculation where we had it previously announced what these are going to be. These are going to be statues. And you said there are 4 of them. So
I gotta just ruin Christmas for everybody?
no, not at all.
That's what you're up here for.
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, that's what we're here about. Yeah, so incredibly excited. And Mike, great to be able to be working with you as well. And like we said, you know, your role so far in this, we haven't worked with you directly as much, but we're excited to have you here.
Yeah, I've just been kind of lingering on the sides, just because I'll do more of the manufacturing end.
Yeah.
So working with the factories, like we need this to break off, we need this accessory to not be so fragile, things like that.
Yeah, and
Not
so
spoilers.
very much working with you
Yes.
during the early phases, and then it starts to
Yeah,
move over
more
you
handover.
towards the production.
Right, figuring out different materials, what needs to be, you know, cast and clear, you know, how big these are going to be, how, you know, these things are going to come in boxes, how they're going to break down and engineer and come into the box. So, I mean, that's a lot of that has to be discussed in the front end before we get too crazy with the design and the sculpt.
Well, talking about design and the sculpt, let's go forward. We're going to look at some behind the scenes stuff. We're going to talk through this project, but let's just first show everybody the first figure that's going to be available from this collaboration, the first statue from this collaboration, and that is
Okay.
so first thing, obviously in a photograph, we can't see the scale. How tall, how wide is this figure?
This, you know, we didn't really lock it down to a scale. We're thinking about sizes and constant stuff. So obviously if you go too big, price point can get pretty up there. So we also didn't want to get too small because obviously you guys have your scale. So we found, you know, a happy medium. So we thought about them as in terms of how they scaled with each other within the world, more importantly. So they had, you know, they lined up great. So I would say they're about this big, or he's about this big.
Yeah.
And he's, you know, with the wingspan, he's pretty good.
He's a beefy boy.
You'll be able to see him this weekend.
He was supposed to be here today. They landed about an hour ago. So
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe the size that we were sent it's just under 21 inches tall and just over 23 inches wide. So obviously that may change a little bit, but that's at least the specs that we were given.
Right, and I think
That's
because,
to the sword too.
the
Yeah.
volume of it.
Yeah,
just
we
how
are with
it's
them.
posed, so.
For sure. Eric, I mean, seeing this photo when they sent it the other night, I had a hard time like sleeping. I was so excited to be able to reveal this and have this payoff. And I know to see your creation realized like this, very exciting.
Oh, it was awesome. It looks amazing. I mean, this is a you know, a big deal for me because I sculpt just about everything in the line. So this is a big handoff for me, and you know, I've been blown away at every step. Like this is like easiest collaboration ever. You know, we get on our meetings, and, you know, usually about 30-minute meetings, and, you know, we just kind of talk through it, and then, you know, Jeremy and I get off and we'll catch up after, and it's like, well, that was just as simple as can be. Like, it was just us admiring the piece and, you know, saying, okay, let's move to the next step.
Well, you know, we really wanted to make sure that we stayed true to the character without going too outside of the boundaries of what it was. And the sculptor, James, oh, is it there? Cool. The sculptor, James, he really wanted to make it important for the fans as well, because he's a fan as well. And we would send him the figures, so he had them in hand, and he was looking at them and goes, okay, this is kind of cool. What if I just push this detail a little bit here? You think they're gonna like this? He said, I don't know, let's go for it. So we would always kind of push it to a point, show it to you guys, and most of the time, thankfully, like, absolutely, that's cool, let's go with it. And you know, just the amount of love, I think, that went into this, you know, he really wanted to make sure that every detail, the armor, you know, looks like it's been lived in and seen all the war and all the carnage and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And as we're doing these pieces and thinking about it, it's like, well, what are these bases gonna be like? So we had the ideas, like, we really want to emphasize the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse on this, on the base. So we made sure each one of the bases had a representation of that. So on this one, it's a little dark, you can't see, but it's just fallen soldiers and carnage, and just, you know, everything's on fire. And hopefully, you know, it worked for you guys.
It was that's loud. You'll recognize a lot of the discarded swords and armor and helmets in the base too. It's very familiar with what the figures come with.
Yeah, it's cool. There's like a Laodicea shield in there, and then you see like, oh, that's like an updated version of like the bucket helmet and the jousting helmet. That's the phrasing we use for it. So yeah, really, really cool. And you know, this is the product shot. So we'll talk a little bit about the availability and the pricing and all that, but we've also got some cool slides here. Our fan base loves to see the behind the scenes stuff. So we've got a bunch of slides here that really start with the behind the scenes. And this one was funny because this was the initial like post-study sketch that we were shared, and we loved it. And then very practically, it was like, okay, well, now we realize that as cool as it is, that wingspan is going to make this thing unwieldy big.
Got to think about some shelf space and how that's going to work out. Also, packaging in boxes, shipping, we all know that's getting up there in prices. So, you know, also, you know, just bringing those wings in, just kind of giving them that, you know, like almost like a cape, bringing it around, just kind of, you know, there's a lot of emotion you can do with the wings, right? I mean,
Yeah.
so that's what we wanted to play with and get all of that in there.
Yeah. I like the way the pose ended up, because he looks like he's kind of like he's stalking his prey a little bit. It's a different, you know, because there's so much flame and spikes and everything is like upward, and then this pose is, you know, he's curling in on himself and downward, and so there's a you know, there's a contrast there that works well, and it's a different type of menace. Like he looks. Speaking of menace, but yeah, like he, you know, if he looks like, if you know, you see this guy coming for you, like, you know, you're in trouble.
Yeah, we were kind of joking around as we're making this, and we're like, man, what he really needs is a flying V guitar, because this is so metal. So just, you know, this is like an album cover, you know, we had as a kid, and then the idea of, you know, bringing in the world mythos just in his hand, crushing, and you know, just the whole scorched earth thing. So we really want to bring in his power and his menace with this piece.
So more of a detail of the sculpture here. So talk to us a little bit about the process. So we start with that sketch. You know, we're working low resolution to high resolution. So we start there, and then we start seeing stuff like this.
Yeah, so I think, you know, one of the things was when we were thinking about design, I almost came out of it as like a movie prop, or this is what the costume is going to be, or this is what the, you know, the guy would look like in a real tangible world. And all of a sudden you realize there's limitations with how big this armor is. You know, it's so you think, okay, now I got my big up shoulders, and how's this interacting with wings? And okay, maybe we have to adjust that a bit, or maybe his wing will come around. Also thinking about how ancient all this stuff is, and the wear and the tear. And if he has leather straps, it's like, well, I'm pretty sure he has some pretty ornate design. So we would kick around ideas of how far to go with, how like the designs would be and detail. And when you get a lot of detail like these things are, you almost have to give yourself a visual point to rest your eyes because there's so much going on. So with him, it was really a place to, he's got all this great skin and all of his massive muscles, and then everything else is just, like war, chaos, just so. And then the flames, interpretation of powers, water, that we all know that's pretty hard to represent in 3D. So we actually went and said, you know what, I think we got to go more classical and think about, classical art in the sense. So like how they represent flames and things of that in the old ways of doing things. So, and James, being in London, he's got a lot of art around him and sculptures and stuff. So he would go and look at, different things around his town.
Eric, one thing I think that's worth pointing out is even though you sculpt digitally, you did not provide like STL files for them to use in order to like, oh, we're just going to take your STL and blow it up and change the pose. I mean, we gave them some stuff for reference, like for instance, the new kind of evil lower armor, hands and feet that we did on Urzok. But this is a from scratch sculpture that he did, which was really cool for us to be able to see as well.
And that's part of, when we would get some of these screenshots up where my amazement would come in, because, often you think of a likeness, like if you're doing a sculpture of an actor and matching, a real human likeness. And then, but here, like, when this face popped up, like they nailed the likeness. And so it simultaneously looks very familiar, but also very, very new and exciting at the same time. And that's just talking about the face, but really the armor and all the pieces, it's all there. And when we saw those photographs for the first time the other day, seeing the color on it and seeing it all come together, like I look at it and it's like, oh yeah, that's Arethyr. Like that's just what it is. It's not even this is a statue version, versus a figure version. This is a sideshow version versus a Four Horsemen. It's just, that's Arethyr. And it looks, it looks perfect.
Yeah. That means a lot, actually. I mean, like I said, we want to make sure that we gave justice to the character and everything that you guys have designed and done before, and just, putting, our take on it.
Yeah. So here we've got a little bit of kind of a turn, and I'll play that again. Love seeing that, and you get to see kind of the back of the wings. And
it's funny because we were, like everything, we're getting things together and paint drying. So I think, even the team's still kind of taken aback. It was like, whoa, that thing's pretty rad.
Yeah. Got a little bit of a break here in the presentation because I think I replayed the video and it didn't like that.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna reset the presentation and go forward. But the next thing that we're going to talk about is actually the engineering. So Mike, is this where you're coming in here?
It's part. So Jesse and I will work together and we'll look at things like, hey, for production, this is going to be a little bit more fragile. Let's break this piece off, or even just casting, getting like the clear flames on a solid sword. We got to break those things apart. So that's kind of where I step in. But Jesse does a lot of that and he handles that. Once we get those physical toolings, once we get the paint masters, so I'll get that package ready and get that over to the factory. So I think I got it over 2 weeks ago. So I think it should be ready to go pretty soon.
It's funny because here you can see that sword and the flames all one piece. So
Yeah, it's one of the ones.
When we got it to print, we were painting on it and it was like, it's not working here. I said, nope, that flame's got to come off. So we had to get it back to engineering, and Bobby went in there and pulled the flame off, and it actually came out really, really cool how he just got it to slide right on. So
it almost works like the figure. So we kind of borrowed it from your page.
Now, the different colors that we're seeing in this photo example, is that representing like different pieces?
Yes, so every one of those is a different piece.
Wow.
So that's the level of what we have to think about, especially when you think about, different materials. You got flame that's clear and the base that's opaque. So you got to make sure, okay, well, this flame's got to come out, but you got to do it in a way where you're thinking, can I get it back in? So, you got to maybe move this piece out of the way to get this piece in. So it's a little bit of a puzzle. Also finding places where to break it so it looks natural. So you don't just get a big break through a piece of detail. So very, very meticulously go through, okay, there's a great natural break here at the armor to the arm. Same thing with the flames to his horns. So just, really going over and thinking, like a model kit, how this would play out.
That's awesome. It's cool to see like this kind of imagery here, to see all those different pieces. It really speaks to the complexity of this product.
And his wings aren't even on that.
Yeah.
That's true. The wings
I
aren't
didn't
even
notice
there.
that right now. So yeah, so then the wings go on top of that. After
Yeah.
Everything else. So you gotta have to remember how it goes back together. And okay, they can glue this part in production. This will be assembled.
Yeah, when you guys get it, it won't be in 1,000 different pieces. It'll
Yeah.
be like a body, wings, and arms. So
So
it's
just
not a
a
puzzle
base
for you guys.
Just a puzzle at the factory.
Yeah.
So let's talk through the availability and the price. So this is a statue. This is
now.
going to be $645, and the pre-order actually is open starting today.
Yeah, I think in like the next, right now.
Yeah.
It should be.
Yeah, so we timed that perfectly. So this is going to be available now. Your pre-order windows, because our fans are very used to pre-ordering from us, but we have much shorter pre-order windows than you guys tend to have. You tend to have longer windows
Yeah.
and
So I get like a production time for me is about a year. So starting, let's call it today, I hope to ship this time next year. So next LegionsCon, we'll have it, and you guys will have it here.
okay.
We also have our pre-order window goes pretty much up until so we don't try to cut it off because we want people to get it. So we want it available. And we also have what's called a flex pay plan.
Okay.
And that just, it helps customers to be able to break it down. So you can pay like $100 a month, just so it's a little bit more digestible.
Perfect. That's awesome. And you guys are also running a contest.
Yes. Well, when we'll have everything here at the booth. Like I said, we'll have some other pieces. We'll have this guy here for you to look at, and there'll be a QR code, and you can just scan it. And we're giving one away to you guys.
That's awesome. So setting the stage here, the room that we are actually in right now for LegionsCon, after this show is done, they're going to change over this room. This becomes what we call the studio room. So you guys will be in here with us in the studio room. You will have this fully painted statue on display.
This prototype will be here for
Yep.
you to take a look at.
Absolutely. So you're going to be able to see that in person here at LegionsCon. You're going to be also able to enter to win this statue. That is absolutely incredible. And this is available on the website now. If
It
you
should
go
be.
there, you can see a lot of alternate shots as well. So if
Yeah,
you're
full
not
gallery.
here, if you're not here at LegionsCon, you don't get the ability to see it on the table. You can check out the photos online. You can get some different samples here. Because I'll tell you one thing that, as amazing as these photos are, they don't show well is the complexity of the base. The base is so cool. We talked about it, but really being able to see it.
And that's the thing about being here in person. You guys will be able to come in, take a look at it. And
Yeah.
just, when we do these sort of projects, I always think, a good sculpture or a good piece of art, you always see something new. You don't take it all in the first thing. You have paintings or other pieces of art. You go, I've never noticed that before. That's really cool. And that's kind of the, this is what we want. Is just constantly discovering some new cool things within it.
And that's why we wanted to have it here. I mean, we almost killed our painter, Bernie, just to get it here. So shout out to him, but we wanted everyone to be able to see it in person. So that was really important for us to be here at the show.
Oh, thank you for doing that. In addition to being able to come to the table and see it, you guys are both going to be here all
Yes.
weekend as well. So
questions.
you're excited. Yeah, answer questions. We said you guys are Legions fans. So you're both at your first Legions con.
I know, yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
I've been a member of the Cabal just as a lurker, so I watch. It's fun to see the community interact and to see. It's like a bunch of friends just meeting, and it's not like that convention feel. That's what I've been telling everyone now. It's like, yeah, this is a different feel.
Yeah,
It's
for sure.
We do a lot of conventions and in the camaraderie here now, everyone's in love for this. Art that you guys do it's pretty a special thing. It's a special thing. So,
Yeah.
Well, everyone who's at LegionsCon this weekend, be sure to show Sideshow Collectibles some LegionsCon love. We're looking forward. But one of the great things is you've said 4,
Yes.
right? So we're starting with Aether, so we now know that it's not the Furious 4 that we're going to be doing. It is the Dark 4. But you didn't do Aether and then say, okay, we'll get to the others down the road. Aether is not the fully painted Aether is going to be here this weekend. Will we see anything else at your table?
We might have a few other things.
1, 2, 3 others.
3 things. So we will have the raw outputs of all 4.
Those will be just as we're getting ready to get these into paint and getting some color on these, you'll see them just in one color, but you'll see all the details on these, and you'll see exactly what they're going to be from a sculptural standpoint.
So that's cool to be able to see those early forms of Necronominus, Poxus, and Alithia. Incredibly cool. I'm thrilled for this, Eric. I'm excited to have them here. I'm excited to finally be able, all the cool stuff that they've been sharing with us, for us to be able to now share it with our people is very satisfying.
I'm just excited to see it myself in person.
Yeah.
You know, we've been seeing it on screen and in photos for so long. Like I know from us showing photos and then like versus, you know, seeing the real thing, there's just something different about seeing it in person. So I'm excited.
We're, like I said, getting the primer ready and getting them built and here, and I think one of them, it'll be the first time I've seen it.
I'll tell a little fun story. So there was a meeting, because a lot of the meetings that we do, it's myself, Eric, George. There was a meeting that I was the only one that could attend one time. And it just happened to be the meeting where you had like a low-res printed version of Aether and you held it up. And I literally made you hold it up so I could take a screen cap so I could then send all of them, because that was the point. That was the first time that we saw a physical piece.
Yeah.
So being able to see that in your hands for a sense of scale was absolutely amazing.
Working in digital, as you know, it's a whole different thing. You're always looking at a screen, you can zoom in, you kind of lose a little bit of the context of what it really is going to be. And then, you get that first output and you're like, wow, this thing is impressive. You get to really see, a lot of the hard work that goes into these sculptures. Mm-hmm. So I'm excited that everyone here get to see them. I'm glad we got all 4 here for everyone to see, and come check them out. And hopefully you love them.
Yeah, that's awesome, guys. So, guys, Jesse, Mike, thank you very much. We're happy to have you here this weekend.
Looking forward to it.
Sideshow Collectibles. Everybody, check out their website right now. The first Sideshow Mythic Legions Dark 4 statue Aether available for pre-order now. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
So I'll tell you what, we are running a little bit early here. So why don't we take a few questions from the crowd? Does that sound good?
Sounds good.
Get us back on track?
Yeah.
What we will do is you ask a question, we'll repeat it for the audience back home. But do we have any questions?
You talked about doing a new type of hinge neck for the 2.0 for our new female knight. Is there any plans, or have you already done a hinge neck for the imp scale?
So the question was, we did a hinge neck on the 2.0 figure that we mentioned for Delphina. Is there any plans to do one for the imp scale?
I don't remember if I already did it or not.
I think it might.
I don't. Actually, yeah. Let's
So in the photo of the imp, there's a neck in there. That neck is the 2.0 compatible neck. So that's probably why that's in there. But I think the actual neck might have the hinge already.
I can't remember because this. Joe is gonna kill me.
Joe Vassapolo, please come to the office.
I'm done. The reason, if it's not in there, the reason is because the neck is so small that it wouldn't fit it. But the neck is completely compatible with 2.0. So effectively, I have just done it. But it's just for some of the imp looks, it's such a short neck that there's not enough room for the disc. But with everything being interchangeable, you can switch on any 2.0 neck that you want on it. So once this Delfina figure, well, they'll come out at the same time, so that works out well. We'll have that neck at our disposal now. So it might be a little longer if you use that one, but you'll get that extra movement.
So I do have a question online that says, any chances we'll see a Sideshow collaboration from the other side? Us taking their characters and bringing them into Infinite Legion. So you never know what the future could hold. We've been thrilled and loved working with Sideshow, and you never know if down the road this expands to other ideas.
Yeah, I mean we've always been huge fans of Sideshow, like just massive amount
Yeah.
of respect to their company and what they've done. And I don't know if everybody knows. I think we might have talked about it last year. We've even worked with Sideshow in the past. It had a great experience with that, and then now here we are back again, and just more Sideshow is a good thing as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I will just warn other companies that want to work with us that Sideshow has set the bar really high. Like we literally said that this is the standard of how companies operate that we want to associate with other companies like this, because they have been most wonderful partners. Any other questions in the room? Maverick.
Is there a high likelihood that the Sideshow Air Theater, based on your habit of cross-pollination and collaboration, kind of might look like the version 2 of Air Theater down the road?
So his question is there a likelihood that the Sideshow interpretation of Aether may look like a version 2 version of Aether should we do it down the road? I mean, they used some of our updated parts in their sculpture. So, I mean, certainly there's going to be a connection there.
Yeah, I mean, you already had kind of spilled the beans on that in a way. Yeah, I mean, if we were to go back and do an Aether 2.0, it would certainly have those updated, like more highly textured and weathered armor parts. So I think there would certainly, it would be impossible not to be inspired by what they've done, even if it's not the exact same thing. But to not be influenced by that would be tough right now.
I got a very easy question here. Any chance that, oh, that's not the one I meant to click. Is it planned, are you planning to release 2.0 versions of the remaining Great Beasts? Absolutely. We announced that at LegionsCon last year that Aetheron and Xylona will get version 2 figures. Yes. In the room, Sebastian.
Anything you can share with us regarding reinforcements 3?
It's like, seriously.
Each other. That's something right there.
No.
Thanks, Corboy.
It's something that we've discussed. We'll go as far as that. But it might be approached a little differently.
Curtis, who's amazingly not in the room anymore, but somehow still sending us a question. With the Vetus hairpiece helmet and other removable hairpieces we've seen, has there been any thought to make hairpieces attach via a universal key? Sometimes we don't intend the hair to come off, so the key is actually done at the factory. But it is something we've spoken about, trying to be more deliberate in some of those. We're doing more of them, and when they can fit, that's something you like to be able to do.
Yes, and as I mentioned, when we were talking about the Vitas, that those parts should be interchangeable with Legendary Barbarian. We were very happy with the way that Legendary Barbarian hair fit system worked out. So it's absolutely something that we're looking toward and have done some work on.
Yep. Any update on Beathir? Yeah, we didn't update Beathir during the Mythic Legions section of the Four Horsemen brands. Incredibly complex figure, lots of engineering. We're working through all of that with the factory. Think the last time Chris gave me an update, he's hoping to have a painted factory prototype in early-ish, like end of Q1 2026. So it's moving along. We are still very much on track for a 2026 delivery.
Yeah, it's going very well.
Yeah.
Like the results that we've been seeing from the factory are fantastic, but it's so complex that something that might be a quick fix on a regular size figure, it's just taking longer because there's so many considerations about whether or not it can hold the weight, hold the pose, things like that, and just decisions that we've had to make because of that. But I think it's going to be a rock solid figure from a production standpoint by the time we get a hold of it. So it's moving.
This guy over here.
So looking at Captain Iron Skull, it looks like he possibly has a double jointed torso piece. Am I correct in that statement?
Yes, he's got the.
Yeah. So the question.
The question posed by Jeremy's own son.
He asked if there's a waist cut on the Captain Iron Skull figure.
Yes. Yeah. His upper body is part of the 3.0 build that we introduced last year. So he not only has that mid torso joint, he also has the butterfly joints at the shoulders, the added bicep swivel, and the double elbow joints. So he's pretty posable.
Damien online is saying, fabulous reveals. Thank you very much. Have you ever considered Viking characters for the line? Damien, check out the faction, the House of the Noble Bear. You're going to probably be very excited because there's quite a few in that particular faction that fit that bill.
Yeah.
You should know better. I've shown him these.
No, so there you go.
What are you doing?
In the room, Noah.
Yeah. Regarding the Delphina version 2, is it still the same base connection for the other 2.0 figures, or is it changed that?
I'm gonna get it.
Okay.
But I'll answer that question.
Okay.
If I could just get some in my throat. Yes, it's the same. Same connectivity that we've had with those torsos all along. Structurally, she's very similar, but it's mostly about the increased range of motion.
Yep.
But again, like the Valiant Knight. Yep. I'll be back.
Excellent. Go ahead.
Warrior status.
Warrior status revoked. Hey, Cornboy.
Hi, what's going on, Jeremy?
So for those in the room, we got about 15 more minutes of Q&A, and then we're going to go into our last couple of reveals and announcements. Brett.
Does Delphina have a gray streak, or is that just the lighting?
The question was, does Delphina have a gray streak in her hair, or is that just the lighting? She does have a gray streak in her hair. Yeah. It's again, this is 10 years after the Second Great War. She's clearly a decade older, and she's seen some stuff. So yeah, we're seeing a little bit of that visible sign of her aging, but I think it adds a lot of cool character. Yeah, I dig it. In the room. Yeah.
So I know you said Figura is changing next year. Are we still getting a Christmas drop?
The question was, I know you said that Figura was changing next year. Are we still getting a Figura drop this year? There's no way I'm going to answer that.
But I think she specifically said a Christmas drop. No way we're answering that.
No way we're answering that. It's called Secret Figure.
No way. We're not answering that at all.
Cornboy said you're going to love the next one. just
No,
telling
that's not what
people
I said you're not ready.
you're not ready for the next one. The
Some
fact
of
that
you may absolutely hate it and be reviled by it. I love it.
the fact that he said there is a next one is more of a reveal than I'm comfortable with at this point. So you got that. Question in the room.
Jeremy, is there any chance we can get a female goblin?
The question is there any chance that we could get a female goblin? Yeah, absolutely. That could happen. Eric has mentioned before, and he even said today that he likes when a certain race is introduced and then we get to see the corresponding like gender for that race. So there are female goblins in Mythos. I'm very excited to see what they look like.
Hell yeah. What my cat?
Let's see. Death the Night Online is saying, can we ever get a full-size giant? So that's been something. You like the big figures.
Yeah.
A giant, does that sound good to you?
I hope so. Yeah, I absolutely love giants. I mean, the big figures, they do something for me. I don't know what it is, but making a giant, what giant? I don't want to say the size because then we'll have to stick to it. Like the giant should be bigger than a troll, right?
Yes.
Because a half giant or an ogre scale figure is smaller. So yeah, I don't know, maybe
Go ahead, man. Set the bar.
it's at least got to be 2 feet, right? At least got to be 2 feet. Oh,
Okay.
What was the you want bigger?
So yeah, absolutely. That is something that could happen. Question in the room. There we go. Right back there.
Have you ever considered a figure obscura pan?
A pan. So we've considered a lot of things for figure obscura, but once again, the very secretive nature of it, we tend to not like to talk about what is on. We've mentioned many times that there's a list of characters that are in consideration. We don't like to reveal what's on the list. I will say that, yeah, Pan's a cool character for sure.
If you were to eat, is it Bulwark? Did I say it?
Yep.
If you were to eat him, would you go with a classic butter sauce or a tartar or like a spicy sauce?
Always like a blue crab. I'm not a big seafood fan, so I'll just cuddle with him in bed and put him back on my nightstand.
You crab fan?
Little bit, yeah. I think he's a butter garlic guy.
Butter garlic. I might get him in a sushi roll.
Oh, there you go.
I do like
I can
crab
do that.
sushi, so that's good. Yeah, my pin guy back there.
Are there plans to do Helios and Selene figures?
Are there plans to do a Helios and Selene? So for those who may not know, Helios and Selene are the two creator gods in Mythic Legions. No comment. Question in the room. Cloud.
Question, more of a statement. More vampires.
More, so it's not a question, just a statement. Cloud would like to see more vampires. I'll tell you the truth. The biggest fan of vampires probably around is Eric. So you've got a good likelihood that he's not done sculpting vampires.
Go ahead.
Are the Helios and Selene figures going to be giant sized?
No comment.
So this is actually an interesting question. Bill's saying that we've been selling the same, generic style figure stands for almost as long as you've been selling Legions. Any chance for an upgrade to those to show different kinds of bases? I will tell you that we are in the process of redesigning our figure stands now. We've got some really cool ideas. I love our figure stands. I love the durability of them, but they definitely were designed a number of years ago. We've got some ideas of ways we can add some new creative options to that. So what I will say, the way I will answer that is stands are getting some attention for sure.
My only thing with the stands like Jeremy said, were created a while back, and they work fantastic, and you have a good amount of distance between the characters when you put them together. But the stands could stand to be a little bit smaller and a little bit lower profile on the bases. But, other than that, I don't really have any other comments on it.
Another question online, Legendary Barbarian, still this year to buy for everyone. So the Legendary Barbarian, that's a figure that we started bringing to all shows this year, our kind of touring figure. And we said that, once we're really done our shows for the year, we will put a quantity up on storehorseman.com. For all of those who are here at LegionsCon, we do have a small number of Legendary Barbarians here for sale. They will be limited to one per person, but we will be putting some additional ones online next week. So that's the first time we're announcing that. So for all of you that are at home that have been waiting, this really marks the end of our show calendar for the year. We have Gcon next week. That will go up on storehorseman.com sometime next week. Let's get through LegionsCon and we'll give you the final announcement on when that's going to be. But for planning purposes, there's your answer for that. Yeah, right.
We'll be seeing Koi anytime, like really soon.
We'll be seeing Koi.
Koi.
Oh, the character from the port logs. I mean, this story's not done, so he's certainly a character we could see. We knew that people were going to like Koi from the ship logs. That's why we intentionally put him in this crew. But a lot of the story is written after the figures are done. So we didn't have a Koi figure for the wave, but we at least wanted to be able to move him forward as part of this. So that's why we at least made him part of the crew itself. Yeah.
Follow-up question to that. Was there any reason why you didn't start that story with "Call me Fishmail"?
Yeah, good Lord.
That's good. That's good. So I just got a couple minutes left, and then we're going to move on to our next set of reveals. We're going to actually talk about the role-playing game next. So if Len and Cameron are back there, get ready because you're about to get called to the stage. But I got time for maybe another question here, right there.
Can you talk a little bit about how you developed the seafarer theme and why you chose to go with that kind of storyline for this wave?
Sure. The question is, can we talk a little bit about how we chose the seafarer theme and why we chose to go with that for this wave? And that's a perfect one for you to answer because I've been answering these and I feel like I'm monopolizing the conversation.
Well, I appreciate it. It did give me the moment to step out. What it really came down to is, again, we're talking about this idea that we're ending this storyline and opening up the world to new adventures, basically. And so a lot of time with the storytelling with Mythic Legions, I've talked about before, like we had a good idea of where it was going and everything, but one of the critical moments for me storytelling wise was when Nate did the map. And once we had the map and could physically see the world that we were inhabiting and where different areas were, the light bulb went off. And really that was kind of how the plot of the story was. We were able to finish it was because we had that tool in front of us. And so kind of went back to that concept here where, again, like we had Nate last year do that extension of the map. And then now this year, what Jeremy showed earlier in the deck, where we actually go in and Nate went in and did a detail shot where we're actually zeroing in on where the story is taking place. And with that in mind, the idea was, if we're stepping off the shores into these new worlds, where's the first, what's the first part of that journey? And you are at sea. We're not in a world where there's airplanes and things like that. You're going to get on a ship and try to move to the next island, next continent or whatever. And so it's felt very natural as a progression. But we also loved it because, it allowed us to really kind of chase down a specific theme. And we did that with the horror at Einzelmall Wave, where it was this, this horror story, but also this northern village story. It was very specific. And we liked the idea of doing that again, where it's, you look at this wave, it's very, very cohesive. Delphina and Vetus like stand out a little bit, but other than that, like the theme is very apparent, looking at these other figures. So again, kind of it was a little bit of going back to the drawing board of what worked for us in the past from a storytelling standpoint, and then combining that to just something that felt really natural as the next step for us.
Terrence.
So question, so we now know that the rest of Mythos was not aware of New Mythos, but were areas that were north and south of New Mythos, east and west of it, were they aware of each other?
Yes. So the areas around, at least some of them were aware of each other. We'll get more into that I jumped I answered that way too quickly, by the way. We'll get more of that lore as we go forward. But I got a couple quick questions here online that I want to answer. First off, this isn't a question. I just love this from R.M. Radcliffe saying, not a question, but the Legionnaires of Australia and New Zealand are watching. It's almost 6 a.m. where I am, and I've stayed up all night for the show. Thank you, guys. Adam says, the new figures look fantastic. Quick lore question. Are we ever going to find out which of the characters live and die during the Second Great War? Absolutely. So, as we said the other night, the toys are pacing the story. They're moving the story forward, but we are going to flesh out all of this in the full volumes, so we will know how everything lays out and who's going to continue on with us and who made the ultimate sacrifice.
Yeah. I mean, we answered 2 today.
Yep.
But for us, that is, we're going to have such a good time, kind of picking and choosing who lives, who dies, and what their roles are in this new world.
Aztec Warrior saying, when will we see an update on the map? I will get that posted soon. And the last question I saw a couple people ask about the compatibility of imp scale. Still going to figure that out because it's not back from the factory yet. But the idea is that most of those parts, with the exception of the waist, are 2.0 compatible, correct?
They're more compatible from the waist up tan the waist down.
Okay.
Different hip structure. That's one of the biggest things, just because they're so tiny
Yep.
that we couldn't do the same hip structure. But if I remember correctly, neck, wrists, shoulders, pauldron ports. There might have been 1 or 2 other, weapons, certainly. Weapons and accessories all are. So we didn't want to have to put ourselves in a corner to where every single piece had to be compatible, because otherwise it would just be gobbling.
Yeah.
But I was actually surprised we were able to get more in there than I initially expected. So
excellent. There's
some fun to be had there.
Excellent. So with that, we're going to move into the final stages of our presentation today. Thank you, Cornboy. You're going to bring up Cameron. I'm going to bring up Cameron and Len LaGuardia for this next segment, where we're going to talk about Mythic Legions, the role-playing game. So just quick bit of housekeeping. Cameron, you've been really the project lead on this, the creative lead on Mythic Legions, the role-playing game. You helped us introduce it last year. And since last year, you've been working so hard. I mean, you learned stuff in playing it last year. You've been working so hard on getting that ready for a Kickstarter launch that we're looking at the end of February 2026.
Yeah. It's coming up really soon now. I know we announced, a year ago, and it's, been a while, but everything has been moving really steadily and kind of swiftly this year. We found that there was a way that we could get the game done. And then there was a whole distance between getting it done and getting it done right. And we've spent all year kind of closing that gap and making sure that it's really the best it can be. By the time it hits crowdfunding in a couple of months, it's basically ready.
Yeah, excellent. And Len, you joined the team because we realized that this was a massive undertaking to do it right. And we needed some help. So you've been working kind of as project manager on Mythic Legions, the role-playing game, working very closely with Cameron.
Yes. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah.
Give me nothing else besides that. Well, we've spoken before about the gameplay and stuff like that. And if you are here at LegionsCon this weekend, there are a number of opportunities for you to actually play Mythic Legions, the role-playing game. Cameron, you're going to game master a couple of those. We also have members of our Cabal community, our Legionnaire community, that's going to be doing that. There's also the featured session on Saturday at 1 o'clock on the 3rd floor. So if you just want to see players play the game, that should be entertaining. But really what we want to talk about today is the toy aspect of Mythic Legions, the role-playing game, because obviously Mythic Legions started as a toy line, and the toys are going to have an important role in this game. We haven't really fully revealed how they're going to be presented, so we're going to do that today. Sound good, guys?
Cool.
Awesome. So while we revealed this at LegionsCon last year, it was really just a few months ago at San Diego Comic-Con that we kind of put our foot on the gas and started revealing this further, started showing more of this. And one of the first things that we made available was the heroic paladin / cleric. This figure that was offered first as a San Diego Comic-Con early figure. And this has got an incredible reaction from the fans so far. People have loved it. Yeah, Len, you've seen the feedback on this. You've seen the photography of this. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. Yeah.
Now, Len, is this your first time at Gcon up on camera?
Yeah. First time at Gcon.
That's right. Len's usually busy printing.
Yeah.
The thing with this figure is not indicative of what we're going to be doing with the toys in Mythic Legions, the role-playing game. This figure is actually what we call a base player figure, plus a character pack, plus a soft goods upgrade, plus a head from a heads pack, all crushed into one. This is like a super deluxe figure that we offered as an early kind of teaser for the game. Now, this exact figure that we offered at San Diego will be available in the Mythic Legions role-playing game Kickstarter as one of the pledge tiers. We will have many more details about that as we get closer to the Kickstarter, but this is a special item. The actual items that will be more a part of the game, we still are going to have a heroic paladin, but it's going to look more like this. So this is the first time that we're seeing this, and the first thing to note, Eric, is those are not soft goods. Those are actually new sculpted parts that we're putting out on this figure.
Yep. Yeah. So even aside from the game part and everything, this is just from a strictly figure standpoint. It's new parts for the library. So we know that's always exciting. But absolutely, yeah, they're it's a brand new upper torso tunic piece. Brand new skirt, brand new loincloth, all fully textured, and of course compatible with everything that we've built in the past up to this point.
So we get a couple turns here, and you can see this is very indicative of that heroic paladin. Uses a lot of similar parts, but it uses those new red colors. It's also got a new faceplate in there. So this particular figure, this exact figure, this is not an idea of what it could be. This is one of the figures that will be available in the Kickstarter. We're not only going to give you the faceplate that came with the figure from San Diego, but we've got a brand new faceplate in there as well. And really, when you look at this, went forward too far. This is just one example of what's going to be available. The figures are going to have a role in the game, but there's also going to be these cardboard standees. So Cameron, you've talked in the past about like having a starter set, a beginner box, as I believe what we called it. And standees of these characters, this is just for representation. We haven't locked in this yet, but I love the fact that this is a representation of the action figure. So this is going to be one way that fans can play with this.
Yeah, we want there to be a variety of ways you can play, on the tabletop, whether you want to go straight theater of the mind, you want to use the standees, miniatures, toys, whatever, but we really want to unify that experience too and tie the toys into it. So yeah, there'll be representations of the actual toys on the standees, and that'll allow you to, right out of the beginner box, have a whole selection of characters so that, that's a great place to start. As you collect other toys or miniatures or whatever, you'll still have the standees to begin with and to represent all these characters in the game.
And you mentioned minis as well. So this is actually an older placeholder mini. Len, we've since updated this, but this is the one that we had painted here. So there's also going to be kind of an upgrade option. Like you get that beginner box, you get the standees. If you would prefer to play with miniatures are also going to be an option as well that are really kind of like a 1-1 swap out for the standees.
Yes, absolutely.
And you've been working actually, with a sculptor to create some of these little minis, working with Eric as well to, provide some of those assets, but very different sculpted action figures than minis. So that has been a cool process as well. I've gotten to see some of those and they look really cool.
Yes. That sounds like it works. It works. Yeah, the artists that we're using for these is super talented, and Eric and I kind of like looked at what he did and gave us some trial like sculpting to do, and it really fits the aesthetic of the line and what we wanted with it, not just anyone. Mm-hmm. And I think we're gonna like use him for every mini so they all have a very uniform look. Yeah. Much like the figures all are very uniform in the way that they've looked over the years.
I feel like it's been a very natural progression for our action figure designs to move into miniatures, because miniatures were such an inspiration for the style of Mythic in the first place. I always admired those, kind of bolder sculpting and design choices and, somewhat chunkier proportions. And that's really a lot of where the look of Mythic Legions was born. So then kind of, step it back into miniatures again. Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty smooth transition over.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun too.
Yeah.
So we look at this figure, and other than that additional faceplate, this is what you're going to get in the box for this Mythic Legions role-playing game figure, which is very different than what we normally see. It might have another pair of hands in there, but this is very different than what we normally see with our figures, where we load it up with soft goods. The reason, we scaled this back from soft goods to the sculpted pieces was very intentional. Instead of having tons of weapons and extra heads, this is very much stripped down to the core that you need for this player character. Because we're certainly going to offer this for sale in the Kickstarter. We're going to offer it on our website. But one of the things we're really excited for, Cameron, is getting these into your friendly local game shops. So we want this product and the game to be there as well. So we've had to think a little bit about how we offer our products, because I know you go to all these conventions, and this is not Mythic Legions, the role-playing game. It's for the Legionnaires, but we want to bring in new Legionnaires through locations like these game shops.
Sure. There's some natural crossover. Anybody who's interested in kind of medieval fantasy to this degree, you collect the toys. There's some of you role-playing gamers, and there's a whole, a crowd of role-playing gamers who are only vaguely aware of the toys. They know of miniatures and stuff, so we're trying to make that crossover some. And I think for the game itself, getting the game into your friendly local game store, getting it out in front of that, crowd of people who are gamers first is really important, and also bringing those toys in so we can make that connection between the toy line and the game is also important, because not only are we going to have the figures that are designed for the game, but of course, any of the Mythic Legions, existing figures can be used for the game as well.
So with this particular figure, Eric, the goal that we are going for with what we're calling the role-playing game, like player characters, is a single important accessory, minimal, I would say minimal paint applications, smart paint applications. So, the buckles are painted, the straps are painted, but we're really focusing on making these a certain kind of product, because our hopeful price point for these are $29.99. That's what we are trying to hit with these, because we are trying to go for, more of a kind of a la carte experience. So you got a nice base price for this player figure, but then you have other options. So if you don't want to play a paladin, you can start with that base figure, but we're going to offer a, character pack. That's what we're calling it. So this is the cleric character pack. And any of you who have that San Diego figure are probably starting to realize, like, oh, okay, I see how they've separated these pieces. So this is that cleric character pack where you get, the extra head, and you get some key accessories and weapons in this case that are going to allow you to change from that paladin base figure to that new player character, to that cleric. So our goal with those character packs, and again, these are all tentative pricing because we're still working with the factories. Our hope is to get those in at around $14.99. So you've got that base figure. That's a really great cost. And, for all of our Legionnaires that beyond just playing the game, want to add them to their collections, want to use them in their customs, these are going to be some very palatable price-wise figures to be able to do that.
Absolutely. Yeah. And what I love about this, from the game side of things, is so much of playing an RPG is building your character. And, we're now kind of deconstructing the way we do figures to custom fit that experience. So you're able to do that. You're able to, you mentioned a la carte, and, we haven't gotten to some other categories here, but it's ways for you to pick and choose your parts, and then, really custom build a character in a way that in a different way than you've ever been able to before.
And of course, to your point, Cameron, all of our existing parts and figures are fully playable as well. But this is going to add a nice new product category for us and for the game. Additionally, there's going to be head packs. There's going to be weapons packs. So you will very much be able to outfit your characters and level them up visually the way that makes sense to you. So this is just one of the figures in character packs. And you can see that the cleric character pack matches, it goes with that base paladin figure. That's the idea for these offerings. We're going to have a base player figure, and we're going to have a corresponding character pack. And we're going to have some enemies. We're going to have some bad guys in here too.
Gotta have somebody to fight.
Got to have somebody to fight. Absolutely.
Yeah, you gotta have figures for CB.
Exactly. But the figures are they're not just hand candy, right? It's not just like, okay, I'm at the table and it's something that I'm just fiddling around and playing. There is a play mechanic in the game as well for that. And we dropped this, if you're following the Mythic Legions RPG Instagram account, and if you're interested in this, you definitely want to be following that account, because the RPG specific information is going to be shared there. We dropped this logo about a mythic encounter. And this is very exciting because this is part of how this is going to play in the game. Cameron, this is a very typical kind of map that we've got here. This is an example where you've got your minis on the map and they go through this different dungeon or whatever. We see that in a lot of different games. But with the toys, one of the challenges is trying to put the toys, which are much larger, on these maps. They would require gigantic maps. So that was one of the challenges that we had to get over early on. And Len, an idea that was talked amongst the team was this idea of a mythic encounter. So when you get to this key moment, why don't you tell us what happens?
Well, it's almost like a boss level. So if you play through the game, and if you're playing through it with the adventure book that, like, say, would come with the beginner box, you would get to a certain part of the story where the DM would get to the mythic encounter, and at that point, you can change the map to a 4-inch grid scale map, and then jump up the figures on their 4-inch bases that you have representing your character into like a real like final or like boss level, whatever you want to call it, battle scene, where you play out with the figures for the final part.
So this is cool because this is like, I'm imagining like playing a video game almost, where like, you're going at one perspective, and then when you get to that final scene, that boss battle, the perspective actually changes. So we're going to have maps, Cameron, that are different square sizes to utilize the minis or the actual action figures, correct?
Yeah, when we first started designing the game, and we had some of those proof of concept miniatures that you've seen, like the previous photo and all, we knew we wanted to kind of integrate the toy experience with the game experience. For years, people have been asking us, at conventions at the studio, oh, cool, these are customizable. Can I make my D&D character? Well, yeah. And then as soon as I started going to, trade shows and conventions and starting to present the idea of the role-playing game and also introducing gamers to, the figures, their next question was, well, cool, if I can make my character, can I now play with this in the game? And the answer was, of course, yeah. So we kind of circled back and tried to figure out exactly how we were going to do that. And Len really took the ball and ran with it and had some early prototype maps printed up. And then as we were discussing it, Diego came up with the name Mythic Encounters. So it's been this collaborative effort, but it's a way that you can basically use the same rules as if you're using miniatures. So if you're familiar with the way minis are used in a lot of tabletop games, you usually have a 1-inch grid where your minis will fit in one square on that grid, and the map will be represented on the table. We figured out that with the Mythic Legions scale action figures, they fit in a 4-inch grid. So each grid square still represents the same distance. It still represents 5 feet in game, but we'll have maps with 1-inch grid squares for large areas, and then the Mythic Encounters maps that are more zoomed in and detailed for basically your boss encounters, your boss fights and scenes that you really want to focus on.
So that's cool because obviously since the beginning, we wanted the figures to be a meaningful part of this game beyond just it's based on these toys. So this idea that you've got, you flip the map or you've got a second map that levels it up. I loved the fact that it solved that problem of trying to play an entire campaign or entire adventure with the large figures, but they still are in the game in a meaningful way. And of course, and this is all optional. You could do none of this and totally go theater of the mind. You could use minis the whole time. Heck, you could use the full figures the whole time if you wanted to. But the fact that there's a meaningful mechanic is one of the things that I think is really exciting and is going to set Mythic Legions, the role-playing game, apart.
Yeah, Cameron and I have had, kind of a rolling discussion over the year about, how things just seem to keep falling into place. As he said, doing the game, we could have done in a certain amount of time, and doing it right is going to take a different amount of time. And I think this is a case where the fact that we've taken this extra time is where something has fallen into place just right. And it's happened over and over enough to where we keep saying maybe we shouldn't talk about it and jinx ourselves on it. But this was one because even early on we were talking, Cameron and I were talking about writing 2 sets of rules in the book. Yeah. And the beauty of this is there's such a simplicity to this where you still play this exactly the same. All that you're doing is just switching the map. I love it. Just the fact that, we went to a gaming convention years ago where we weren't even pitching a game yet. We showed some miniatures, and the guy at the table next to us was just hounding us about doing a game that uses the figures. And at the time we were just kind of like, no, we want to do miniatures. It doesn't make sense. And again, here we are now where we found a way to use them that makes sense in a way that, hopefully will appeal to our figure fans, but also will appeal to people who are used to playing with miniatures or standees in a way that's not cumbersome or, like I said, an extra set of rules or something like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think this will feel really organic if you're already a role player, you've got miniatures, incorporating the larger figures into the game should be really easy. I mean, as you said, we went through a couple of iterations earlier, tested stuff, and none of it really worked quite right. There were some near misses and some real, shots that were just completely off base. And this finally worked. This clicked. And again, it was Len when he came in with this. I don't know if it was Xeroxed or like just photocopied maps taped together.
Yeah.
I'm really excited. We put them out on the table and we kind of tried it out there in the studio and it worked great.
And I love the fact that we still get the customizability, the upgradability of the figures, the playability, all of it, like you said, Eric, really came together. So to kind of put a bookend on this, end of February, that is when we are launching this Kickstarter for Mythic Legions, the role-playing game. There will be a lot more information between now and then. Certainly, not only follow the normal Four Horsemen Studios channels, but that Mythic Legions RPG on Instagram, that is going to be a channel that we use quite a bit to communicate this. On Kickstarter right now, you can look up the project. There's a functionality called Notify Me When Available. If you click that, and it'll tell you as soon as this campaign goes live. A lot more to reveal for that. But this weekend, the Legionnaires that are here, take some time, work it into your schedule, play some Mythic Legions, the role-playing game with our groups.
Absolutely. And I just want to take a minute to say, there is so much more coming that we're not ready to talk about today, but there's going to be a lot of exciting news coming out between now and the launch. As Jeremy said, follow an Instagram page, go to Kickstarter for the pre-launch page. We'll be sending out notifications. There'll be all kinds of cool stuff coming up. And even if you're not a gamer, there's going to be so much in here for the collectors and the lore hounds and so much more cool stuff that's going to kind of deepen the Mythic Legions experience that my hope is a lot of people, even if you're not intending to roll dice with and play the game, it's still going to have something cool for you.
Excellent. Guys, thank you very much. Mythic Legions role-playing game, end of February, guys. So we've got one more reveal for you.
Oh, wait a minute. One thing I wanted to say about the Mythic Legions role-playing game is it's all being done in-house. We're not using anybody else. So we know what you guys want. We know what you want to see. And hopefully we're doing that.
So we've got one more reveal for everyone today, and then we're going to call it, and we're going to go enjoy LegionsCon 2025. Earlier today, I said it was too early for us to share the next Infinite Legions project with you. I wasn't lying. It was too early. It was like an hour too early. So it's now time to share the next Infinite Legions project with you. Now, rather than us tell you what we're doing here in partner, who we're partnering with for this, we've got a video we're going to play because we figured we'll bring our partner in on this, and he will actually explain to you what we're going to be doing. We're gonna have to do something a little different here, because what we have to do is in the room we're gonna be able to play a video so you all can hear it, and then on home I'm gonna play it here. So my team member over there, are you about ready to go live with this? Okay, I'm getting ready to go live with mine. Go.
Hey everybody, Joe Manganello here with an important announcement. A lot of you might not know that I am a longtime fan of Four Horsemen Studios. In fact, I've been collecting a lot of their figures with something in mind. You see, I was hoping that one day I'd be making the announcement that I'm making right now, which is I have teamed up with Four Horsemen Studios, and over the next year, probably longer, let's see how it goes, we're going to be releasing my Archon the Cruel and the Dark Order figures, done Four Horsemen style. That's right. All the articulation, all of the fun, all of the menace. You've fallen in love with these characters. You've probably played as some of them. Some of you have defeated some of them, maybe teamed up with some of them. But now you're going to be able to add them to your collection in a special run as curated by me with the guys from Four Horsemen. So I think as curated by me. I'm going to show you the first figure up right now. Without any further ado, here is the first figure in what is going to hopefully be a long, fruitful collaboration with Four Horsemen Studios. I give you the first figure in my collaboration, Archon the Cruel. Take it away. I give you the first figure in my collaboration, Archon the Cruel. Take it away.
Oh, yes.
So very exciting. When we announced the Infinite Legions line, we said we were excited to work with different creators. And we said that there were going to be some creators who had these original characters who had never seen action figure form before. This certainly falls into that category. Archon the Cruel, working with Joe. Joe, that video, it was amazing to actually get that. We've known Joe for a little while now. He has been collecting our stuff. And when he contacted us to say, hey, I'd really like to see these characters, Archon the Cruel and the Dark Order in action figure form, I think that your Legions figures, they would do justice to this. That was so exciting to be able to finally announce this project that's been in the works for quite some time. Really exciting. Eric, tell us a little bit about what we're seeing on this head to toe, horns to talons new figure.
Yeah, this is quite a figure here. It is definitely brand new, top to bottom. This is a brute scale compatible figure. It's bringing a lot of newness to brute scale, which we've been, it's one of the quieter scales that we have in the line, but I think that's going to change soon. This is one of the more articulated figures we've ever done. It's got although it's brute scale, it has more of the 3.0 articulation layout where butterfly joints, mid-torso, bicep joints, double elbows, double knees, mid-torso, bendy tail. It's got the extra joint in the leg for that, that third leg section. This one, there is a big range of movement on it. So there's going to be some dynamic posing when this figure comes out. And again, completely newly sculpted parts developed just for this figure. And, for me, a lot of what is so cool about this project, aside from just, working with Joe has been a lot of fun. And he's been an amazing partner
for sure.
To work with. But the character itself, on the one hand, it's a perfect fit for Legions and the figures that we all love here. But it's also different enough where it's bringing a new look to the line. This guy is so spiky, and so we heard the term metal for Arethyr earlier. This is completely metal, in every sense of the word. And so I really like that seamlessness while bringing something really new dimension to the table. And it's cool too because it's a figure where I feel like we pulled out all the stops on. You've got, premium CJSM soft goods on it. This was a big project. We had to bring everything we could to the table. You got the mixed materials of the, real chain on it. You're going to see a couple things here where we bring, some different types of materials and finishes to it. But again, it's a figure where, I feel like we've, really, we're able to pull out all the stops on it.
Yeah, for sure. And let's look at some of the pieces that we get with Archon the Cruel. So you mentioned that premium soft goods wired cape and the loin. We can see his axe. That's his iconic axe, Fane Eater, that he comes with. We got some close-ups here. So you see that head and that necklace with Fane Eater. Just looking at the paint details, this is another one that Cameron painted, and seeing the level of detail on those scales and on that armor, like this is absolutely an impressive figure. It's when we presented it to Joe for licensor approval, he said that it was his player character come to life. And I mean, there's no better praise that you can get from somebody than, them acknowledging that the character that started in their head has come to life as this action figure. Some details on the armor here, and looking at the head. So we've got that closed mouth head, but you've said before a number of times that you'd prefer to do a secondary head that has like an open mouth versus doing an articulated jaw, so you can change up the expressions. So this figure does come with a second head that has the open mouth as well. You've got that little tongue, and one of the few requests that Joe made to us when we showed him this was, he said, we need fire breath effect for Archon. So sure enough, Archon got his, so you'll be able to like remove that tongue and plug in that fire effect. So it's one head that works with both of those pieces there. This is another shot of Archon with, without the flame breath in, but with that alternate head. And here's a photo that I want to talk about. So this is art by an artist named Max Dunbar. And this, Joe's worked with a number of different artists over the year to represent Archon the Cruel. Max is one that he's worked very closely with. We've been dealing with Max as well, and he's another absolute joy to work with, another great person, again, indicative of the Infinite Legions line, and cool characters, cool toys, cool people. That's what we're doing. But this was a lot of Max's style, was a lot of the art that you took inspiration from for this particular figure.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it immediately spoke to me when I was looking through the reference deck, and Max's art. It was the edgiest. It was again, like the most metal out of the group. And it also, he seems to be Joe's go-to artist more so than anybody else. Yeah. So it was also, there was the most art of it, and everything about it was a perfect fit.
And a couple things we see in this piece of art that are worth pointing out. Joe mentioned in his video Archon and the Dark Order. So this is not a one and done character. He's got other characters that are all part of this Infinite Legions license that we're doing with him. The character in this photo, that Manticore, that's Chango. That is actually one of his Dark Order characters. So you certainly could see Chango in Infinite Legions at some point.
Yeah, buddy.
You also see that kind of like magically decayed hand that he has there. So anyone that knows the lore of Archon the Cruel, and if you're not familiar, by the way, with Joe and with Archon the Cruel, definitely look him up after LegionsCon. He's got some really great videos where he talks about playing Archon the Cruel, playing it with like Critical Role and everything. He's definitely done some awesome adventures with this character. And in one of those, he gets this kind of magically diseased hand. So we also included that with the figure as well. So Eric, you're going to be able to remove it at the bicep to replace the whole, like from bicep down, with this this decayed hand. and that spell effect actually comes out of the hand, correct?
Yes. Yeah. There's spots in that effect where the fingers can push right through it, and it grips on. And yeah, I mean, by splitting this arm at the bicep, it worked out really well, because not only is it just a decayed hand, like the arm itself is withering as it goes down from shoulder down to the hand. So even up in the bicep, there's variation, and then it just continues to get thinner and more necrotic as it moves down. So, I liked that we were able to go beyond just, a simple hand swap and push it a little further and really match the art and match, the story of the character, because it is a character that is deep in story and lore.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful. This is the full loadout we're going to get for Archon the Cruel. So it is a big, hefty figure. You get the 2 different heads, including the fire effect, some extra hands. This is a figure, and this is one of the things that, we're doing with Infinite Legions is, while we load up a lot of our Mythic Legions characters with extra weapons, this is a character that's the weapon he uses. So we really want to focus, like we do with Figure Obscura, on accurate character sensitive versions of, character representative versions of these creations. So that's what we're going to get here, and that whole lower decayed arm. This particular figure, Joe Manganiello's Archon the Cruel, is going to be available for pre-order in January 2026. So right near the start of the year, as we switch over, this is going to be the first item available in 2026 from us at storehorseman.com. This will also be available through our retailer partners for pre-order as well. So for all of those who love to support our wonderful retailers worldwide, that is going to be an option as well for Archon the Cruel. We do not have a price for you yet, because we are still working with the factory to lock that down so we can figure out what that's going to be. And wait until January. I think that we haven't fully told the story on what's going to be available in January from Infinite Legions Project 2, Joe Manganiello's Archon the Cruel. And with that, we are going to call it Gcon 2025 over. Thank you all very much.
One second, before you guys all leave, I wanted to say that I think that a lot of people, I think about the people in the Cabal or with our community recently that passed away. A couple of guys, very special to our community. And so as we're leaving, rather than being upset by them, we need to clap and scream and really appreciate everything that they did for us.
All of the figures from the Mythic Legions Dawns of Discovery Wave will be available for pre-order starting today at 5 p.m. All these figures at LegionsCon will be on display in the lobbies. Everybody, let's go. Let's party. It's time for LegionsCon 2025.